in my computer. Alrighty. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Art of Adventure stream, episode 1, Tomb of St. Nitherlass. I said it right, Mario?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So we're going to get started in just a second. So welcome to our premiere episode of the Art of Adventure, where a bunch of crafters and creators in the tabletop gaming community are going to come together and build amazing creations and play some Dungeons and Dragons. So my name's Ashlyn, and I'm the Dollar Store DM. I host these streams with the help from my wonderful participants, who you see here. We have a fantastic show for you today, but before we get into it, I'd like to explain a little bit about how this stream works. So all of the terrain, minis, things like that featured in this live stream are the products of our wonderful cast of creators. But since this is the first group to participate, this cast has provided everything in the first round for themselves, but when we finish, we will be passing it on to the next group of creators, and we'll be crafting everything they're going to need to run the session within our respective talents. So the group that we then pass that on to is going to pass it on to the next group, creating more and more terrain, minis, awesome crafts for each episode. And this hopefully is going to create a community of builders enjoying wonderful and epic adventures together. We've got an amazing cast for this episode, so we're going to take a second and have themselves introduce themselves. I can speak. So I'm going to start off. Like I said earlier, my name is Ashlyn. I am the series host, but I worked on some of the terrain for this stream. And today I'm going to be playing Des, a quirky and mildly fire-obsessed human draconic bloodline sorcerer. Hi!
My name is Chris, Shadow Weave Miniatures. I do all manner of 3D printing for D&D needs. I'm going to be playing a turtle artificer known as Brastoise. He specializes in brass materials for his tinkerings, and he used to be a gladiator in the fighting pits until he was rescued by his turtle brother, who now adventure together with him.
I am not his turtle brother, but I am Leroy, and of Leroy Paints on Insta. I painted all the miniatures for this first stream here, and I'm playing Lumen, the Twilight Cleric, a Furbolg who is infatuated with the Moon Maiden and serves her well.
Hi there, I am Joe. I run Encounter Terrain on Instagram. Some of you may have seen my stuff. I build terrain. I had a few cool bits of terrain to send in towards this, but due to unforeseen end-of-year Christmas time postage issues, terrain on my behalf this game has been supplied by Luke over at Nerdcraft HQ. He has saved my backside in this one, so I can't wait to play using his terrain. And a massive thank you to you. And I am going to be playing Regis Marsden, aka Mars, the Turtle Brother. I'm going to be playing a rogue, and I can't wait to go and kill some people or things.
I'm Dungeon Mario, the DM, and I'm going to be dungeon mastering for this awesome session. I designed the dungeon that we're going to be running for this one-shot, as well as paint the monsters that they're going to be fighting, and I hope that I won't kill them with. But thank you, Ashlyn, for the opportunity, and thank you all for tuning in to watch.
Before we get forward, I have a few more people I want to mention. Firstly is my good friend John, who's running our stream tech for us and has saved our butts multiple times with technology because I don't understand it. So he's our man behind the curtain, and we love him. And secondly, we have awesome character art that you can see on our screen right now that was provided by Hodag RPG, who I've worked with before as an illustrator. Awesome line vintage artwork. So go check him out on Instagram as well. And before I hand over the show to Mario, I have a few more housekeeping notes. All of our participants volunteer their time and talents to bring you an incredible show. If you're interested in getting involved in the show, we have a number of options. Firstly, we're now on Patreon, where you can become a patron and help support the stream. So your contributions will help us continue bringing the stream to life and support the stream, especially when it comes to shipping costs. The participation is open internationally, but as we know, shipping can be really expensive, especially if you're sending things like terrain across the world. So your contributions are going to help continue or help us continue the stream and potentially help us develop some sweet, sweet merch, like you see some of our participants wearing. Some awesome shirts here. There are also some awesome Patreon exclusive merch items up for our patrons, so make sure to go check it out. If you're interested in being a part of the stream as a participant, we also have a Google form sign-up sheet available to all creators. You can find the link to both our Patreon and the sign-up sheet in the description for this video below. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to our illustrious DM Mario.
Alrighty. So, we start the adventure. The adventurers, and yourself the party, had been recently welcomed into the small town of Golward, a coastal town that focuses on fishing and sea trade. While there, you caught wind of a interesting dilemma. Apparently, a party of pilgrims had gone up to the near mountain of Mount Ultuk, seeking the refuge of an ancient temple to Llira, the goddess of joy. However, the pilgrims did not return save for one, who upon returning to the town was driven mad by something that he found within. The town, concerned, then summoned what adventurers it can find to send them up to investigate and perhaps stop whatever magic or evil people have taken refuge into this sacred place. The party then thus has ventured forth up Mount Ultuk, otherwise known as Fire Mist Mountain, as it is a volcano that has underground rivers that exit into geysers near the top. We pick up as the adventurers reach the entrance of this massive temple, built into the cliffside of the mountain, a stone structure that opens into a cave. Right before you walk in, you see a massive statue of Llira, welcoming all pilgrims in her embrace. 2 stone stairs that lead downward into this cavern that has some small pockets of sunlight coming in through breaches in the stone. As we pick up there, what are you guys doing?
It is just so lovely and warm here.
I would like to see if I know any background information on the religion of Llira, maybe any customs that we might want to observe before we step into her place of pilgrimage.
Absolutely. You can go ahead and make either a religion or history check.
I do religion, 11 plus 6, 17.
17. Based on religion and the things that you know about practice, you know Llira is the goddess of joy. You know that her faith has sort of dwindled in this part of the realm. While at some point many followers were vowed to her faith and visited in pilgrimages to this temple in particular, you know that it has fallen into disuse for several decades now, and it is a very rare occasion when pilgrims do show up. But you do know that this temple in particular is home to the ancient saint of Saint Nitherlass Boldensic, a red dragonborn who was a saint well known across the land for delivering joy and his generous acts of bravery. You remember some of his feats, but they are like at the tip of your tongue, but you can't quite pinpoint them.
Okay.
I look up at the statue and I kind of elbow whoever's next to me. She's not as pretty as the Moon Maiden, but I guess she's all right. I just kind of step forward a little bit into the chamber.
I mean, I feel like we should be a little more respectful.
I bowed my head.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
I give a very illustrious bow, and then walk forward.
I just slowly walk forward with my head in sort of like a slightly downwards position, so people aren't really sure if I'm paying respect or just walking like a turtle.
Very well. As you walk down the sides of this staircase that leads into this cavern, and you can see bits and pieces of the rock that has fallen in, and the breaches in the roof that let the sunlight come in. The air around you is cool but humid, and on occasion you can hear the of geysers blowing around the summit of this mountain and around the temple that you arrived at. You approach and you see that this cavern has a cobblestone floor that has been prepared for pilgrims and receiving people and sort of traffic that would have come in and out of the temple in years past, but is now empty and broken and overgrown with small dried brush and other small plants, mountain plants. You see at the end of this cavern, there is a stone door, this very tall, about 30 feet high, about 20 feet wide. However, you do notice as you approach the door that it seems broken and partially ajar.
Okay. I would like to call to my my homunculus servant. I would like to cast invisibility on him and send him forward about 60 feet and return and let me know what he sees.
Okay. You summon your homunculus servant, this small construct that you've made through your artificer expertise, and cast invisibility, send him forth. As he moves towards the doors and sees this massive stonework, and peeks inside, you see that it goes forward maybe about 10, 15 feet, and then opens up into what you can see is kind of the main temple area, or the main prayer room of this temple of Llira. And the only thing you can see as you first approach is that it opens up, and in the center of the room is a very large statue of a dragonborn warrior. Do you send him further in?
Yeah.
As your homunculus continues forward, he enters the room and sees that it continues to the sides into this kind of rectangular chamber, about 60 feet across and about 40 feet further deep. You can see in the center the large statue of this dragonborn warrior, a couple other idols and figures of perhaps Llira or other saints associated with her. Benches that are broken and rotten, the wood chipped and consumed by the moisture in the air, kind of in a disarray around this room. You also see that the wall has several murals depicting the same dragonborn warrior in different of his feats of legend. Two hallways open up, one on the right and on the left, straight across from you.
Okay, and that's inside after the statue in this large 60 by 40 room?
Correct.
Okay. So I relay the information to the party. I tell them, there's a fork in the road. We can either go left or right, but everything up to that point seems pretty clear.
All right, well, I would like to cast Detect Magic on myself. I'm concentrating
Okay.
on magic for now, and I'm like, well, I guess we should just go on in then. And I'll step forward.
You step forward, walking. You follow? As you step forward, walking through this large stone doorway, noticing the broken door that's kind of just hanging loosely on one of its hinges. You step inside, and after this 15 feet of hallway, you enter onto the larger temple room. You can see, all of you now, the detailed statues of both who you assume must be Saint Nitherlass and other small idols, as well as the murals on the walls. Leroy, remember your character's name?
Lumen.
Lumen. As you enter this room, you immediately notice or sense a magical presence. And as you approach, you pinpoint in the statue in the middle of Saint Nitherlass. He is grasping a beautiful golden sword, sort of like in front of him, pointing down. And that you detect the sword as a magical source.
Just look back. That's a really nice sword. Guys, you see it?
Yeah, I
Yes.
see the sword. It's super pretty.
Yeah.
I call over my
Roll on.
homunculus servant and I say, "Servant, go grab that sword."
You send
I
over your
also step
homunculus.
back. I want like 10 feet between me and the statue before he touches anything.
Oh, I'm standing right next to the fucking statue.
I'm also right up there.
Yeah, just as soon as my brother sends his servant over to go grab that sword, I'm just going to crouch down onto the floor and retract my head and arms and feet into my shell quickly.
As everyone, as you, Morris, brace for impact, and the rest of you are just standing idly next to the beautiful statue. You, Brastoy, send over your homunculus, and it kind of moves up towards the handle of the sword, and pulls it. It's like not really budging, and then it breaks part of the stone,
no.
which was kind of brittle from age, but manages to bring down the sword. Nothing seems to happen.
Okay.
I
about
feel
that
like we
statue.
shouldn't be breaking things. It just doesn't seem very respectful. We're in a place of worship.
But it's a nice sword.
I mean, it is really nice. It looks a little heavy, but, it's really pretty.
I'll just
You wanna
mutter
keep
from underneath inside the shell. It is pretty nice.
Yeah, while my brother Mars is inside his shell, I kind of like bend over and like put the sword in front of his like head peephole so he could see. So like, yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah,
You want it?
I think we should put it back, but it is pretty nice.
Well, the statue's broken. We can't put it back. I think I'll keep it. Nah, put it away.
You put the sword away, and while you handle it, you feel that it is rather light. Not exactly what you expected. It's a sort of a long sword, and it, as Lumen can tell you, it seems to have some magical property to it. But you hold the sword, and it feels really well handled. You put it away. Anything else that you guys would like to do in this room?
You said that there were tales of like there were murals about Saint Nitherlass's deeds on in this room, or is that the next room?
In this room, you see that in the walls there's these beautiful murals that, though they've also fallen victim to the humidity and age, and you see parts of them chipping and sort of moss growing on the near the ground, kind of working its way into the stone and deteriorating even further. Some of the colors have also faded. Do what?
Do I see the depiction of a golden sword in any of these murals?
You do, in all of them.
Yep.
You see the depiction of the golden sword, and you, if you wish, may go ahead and make another history check to try and identify all these scenes.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. +2 to history, 18. 16
18.
plus 2.
So you're walking around and sort of relaying this information to the rest of your party. You recognize these images as one of them, the legendary rescue of Corvus Keep, where Saint Nitherlass rescued a whole village from some hill giants that were pickling the villagers alive to be eaten later. You also walk around and see a scene from Golward itself, where Saint Nitherlass once tamed an elder water elemental by the name of Marod. And you see one larger mural that encompasses almost the entire half of the southern half of the room that depicts Saint Nitherlass holding his sword triumphantly, with a star that has 9 spikes behind him. However, it is not a brilliant star. It has sort of a dark grayish color. And a center, and in the middle of the star, there's a single stripe. It looks almost like an eye. And next to it, you see several images of death, like several piles of dead bodies. And Saint Nitherlass holding his sword triumphantly, signifying that he beat whatever this evil was. And in his other hand, you see that he's holding an orb with the same kind of single stripe down the middle. You recognize it as the defeat of Argran Morg, and as far as you remember the story going, it was some powerful caster that was attempting to become a lich.
So I relay all of this in perfect detail to the party, and I say, I think this is the sword of Saint Nitherlass.
Well, then we should definitely give it back.
Nah, I want it.
That'll go really well. If Lyra's
Maybe he
gonna
wants it back.
smite you, she'll smite you. But
while they're busy deciphering what to do with that, I'm going to walk over to the wall just in front of the mural. I'm just going to reach into a secret compartment in my shell that none of you guys can see. That's not very secret to me, and just pull out a almost like a grapefruit, sort of just a large round fruit. Take the tip of my spout and just put a big fat line down the middle. I'm just going to go stand next to the wall and hold it up in front of the wall. And I'm going to imitate the pose. And I'm going to go, check it out. Check it out. And I'm just going to imitate the wall mural just for a second. And then, check it out.
you're missing the sword.
I hand him the sword. I'm like, wait, take this.
Okay.
All right.
So much for respecting the temple.
Yeah, no, I want to spend at least a solid minute just messing around and dicking around with my brother, just laughing about this.
And we'll just make a little point that mimicry is the highest form of respect.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's how that phrase goes, but maybe? I don't know. I'm not good with phrases.
Yeah. So we have a choice of left or right up ahead.
Indeed. As you look sort of towards the far end of this, or rather, the long end of this main temple area, you see that there's 2 staircases that lead downward, short flights of stairs. One sort of on the right side of the room, the other towards the left side of the room. You can see that the left side continues a little bit further, but the right one turns almost immediately to the right.
Can I send my homunculus servant around the bended path just to see what's around that turn?
Are you asking me or the party?
I'm asking you. Is the deal?
Oh, yes, you can definitely do that.
Okay.
You send your homunculus on the right one?
The one with the bend that happens.
Yeah, so the right one just kind of goes down a short flight of stairs and almost immediately bends to the right. As it does that, you see that it opens up into another long room. This one, however, sort of immediately to the right. It doesn't enter it at the middle. And you can see that there's first a smaller room, but the wall to the next one has broken down. And so you can see further in. And it seems to be some sort of a kind of mess area where there's some broken wooden tables and a bar. You can see the broken wall leads to what looks like some sort of barracks with stone beds. and further another room where you can see a small door, and the door frame is broken.
So I relay all of this to my party, and then I'm going to do the same thing and send him on the other path, the one that doesn't have the bend in it.
All right.
Just before you
Trace-
send him there, can I just have a quick smell?
Sure. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Perception 7.
7. You're smelling about and trying to ascertain what else might be around you, but the most predominant smell is that of humidity, mud, kind of like earthy, dusty. You can't quite pinpoint any other smells apart from that, but it could be because you're still kind of near the exit of this temple.
Can I just quickly walk over to any surface that would be naturally covered in dust, and just go run my finger along it, just to see if there is dust consistently everywhere, or if it looks like it's been agitated at all recently.
All right. For that, I'll call an investigation check.
Gee whiz. I should probably take my head out of my shell. For that, it is a 3.
3. You run your finger across the floor and pick up a nice amount of dust. You're like, dust. Pretty dusty in here.
Dusty.
Can I take a second and look at the floor and see, are there any footprints, things, since he's told us that there's broken door that way? Any, like, footprints moving
All right.
towards
Do you
that
walk
section?
into this room?
I'm going to just kind of...
Right now,
Turn
only the
my head.
homunculus has gone in.
And he's
I'm gonna
come back since then, no?
Yes, and you like called him back, so it's on its way to the other hallway.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna, like, is it a doorway that we're going into, or just like a...
So you enter. So if you go down the stairs, it turns right and immediately into this kind of like mess room. Then there's a wall that has been broken down, and you can see onto the next room, which is a kind of barracks area. And then there's a third wall that has the broken doorway. The
Okay.
wall is intact.
Okay. I'm gonna wait for the homunculus to come back then. I'm not going in by myself. I'm squishy.
All right, so the homunculus goes down to the other side of the room, to the other hallway, the left one, and goes down this hallway and sees one door that is partially ajar, leads to a smaller room. The hallway continues, and at the end of the hallway sees that there's a spiral staircase leading down and deeper into the mountain.
And there is a river or a series of rivers underneath this mountain?
You know that there are underground rivers in the Ultuk Mountains, so which is where the geysers come.
Okay. I don't know, any input, guys?
Well, broken down things sounds like people went in there, and that guy came back kind of crazy, so probably where the people went? I don't know.
Seems as good a plan as any. I say we go find out.
So which way are you taking, the right or the left?
We're gonna go into the mess hall room.
All right, the mess hall. As the party moves down the staircase and into the mess hall, you now see again, all of you, this smaller room with the wooden bar and a couple of wooden tables that have been broken and rotten. The broken stone wall that leads into the barracks and kind of like makes it a little bit hard to go in. However, as you venture forth, you also notice, crossing this wall, that some of the debris was partially obscuring 2 holes in the ground that seem to go down and deep into the mountain floor.
Just like as a drop? Like no stairs or anything?
No stairs, yeah, just like a hole.
Holes are always great signs.
Yeah.
As we get up to the
continue.
hole.
And, what are your passive perceptions, everyone?
Oh, jeez.
10.
14.
13.
11.
$15 was Des, right?
14.
14.
How am I the most perceptive one?
Des, you approaching these holes, you also catch that it's not just like a hole or a sinkhole that has opened up, but it looks almost like it's been burrowed. It's about 5 foot wide and like 8 foot across.
Does it look like large claws, smaller claws?
For that, make it a deeper investigation check.
Not bad. That's a 16.
All right, 16. You take a quick look at it. It looks like there are kind of like this drag marks, but more predominantly, you see these kind of like 2 large grooves, almost like a pincer type, that is just like carved across several parts of the stone.
Hey guys, these look burrowed and not like scratchy sort of burrow, more like pinchy sort of burrowing. It's not the normal sort of thing. I think like the I don't know what makes this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Is the
there
hole
a
big enough to
chunk
set a homunculus through?
Yes, they're definitely big enough. It's about like 5 by 8 foot.
Can I grab a chunk of debris near me and cast light on the debris? And I'm going to drop it in one of the holes and see how deep it goes.
Okay. You cast light on the piece of stone. You throw it in, and you see that it like falls down maybe about 35 feet, then bounces kind of to the side and continues to roll down a tunnel
Like
out of
view.
sight.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast dancing lights, and my little 3 fireballs are gonna show up around me and kind of spread them out throughout the tunnel so that we can see it illuminated
All right.
consistently.
As you send this string of almost like little candles that just illuminate further down into the tunnel, it casts the light, and you can see the 35 feet as it goes down, and you can see now multiple more of these strong grooves across the side of the rock where whatever creature must have moved the earth. And you can see that it does bend to the side and continues to go down and out of sight at a rather steep angle. So some creature has burrowed up to here and back down deeper into the mountain.
Yeah, I sort of look over at Lumen, and then I look over at Brastois, and then I sort of look at the human and think humans seem very squishy.
I'm especially squishy.
Yeah, I've got quite a hankering to just, jump in and tuck my hands and feet in and see where I go. But I'm trying to think that we do have a human as part of this, and I probably shouldn't go rushing into anything that they may get squished in.
I do have, you do notice I have like these copper, I think it was copper or brass, kind of scaling across my skin. Well, common bloodline.
I look at the giant razor spikes coming off of my shell, and then back at your little brass shoulder coverings.
They're cute.
And I think, ooh, and then I look up and I start to nod as and I'm going to roll persuasion on anyone that looks that looks a little bit iffy. Is that okay?
To try to convince them into jumping into the tunnel?
No, just to convince them that it's okay if I jump in there. They can follow me in if they wish. Is that okay with everyone? I don't want to do anything that may put everyone at jeopardy. I have done that a lot in the past.
I'm already convinced. You already have me sold, personally.
That sounds like an adventure.
Can I at least consult the Moon Maiden really fast? Because that may not be the best idea. And I'm going to go ahead and cast guidance on him and see if she can aid him in his spelunking.
Alright, guidance.
So I'm controlling guidance. You get a D4 and add it to your ability check.
Oh,
For a
amazing.
minute.
Alright, so you benefit from an extra D4 on your ability checks. And you seem to have everyone's permission to go ahead.
Cool. I will ask. Does anyone want to jump on? I am a pretty good sled if need be, but alternatively, I'm going to try to be as sneaky.
Before he even finishes, I've like latched on to some of the spikes on the back. Let's go.
I turn to Lumen, and in a similar fashion to my brother, I'm like,
I'm a little
I
bigger than
pointed the
she
shell on my
is.
back.
I'm a bit bigger. I don't think I really want to go tight squeeze.
Can't you shrink as a
Okay.
furbolg?
Yes, I can. All right, I'll disguise myself as an exact copy of myself, only a foot smaller in every dimension. Okay.
Alright,
And I'll grab
you make
on
yourself
to-
smaller, and so all of you are now riding the turtles as sleds as you're about to jump into this hole.
Cool. All right. So I'm going to tuck in just my front feet, I guess. I'm going to tuck in just my front feet. And I do want to roll for stealth, no, I want to roll for acrobatics if that's okay with you.
I was gonna call for an acrobatics check, so
Excellent, because I'm one acrobatic-y turtle. Just because what I want to try to do is I want to aim for wherever looks like I'm going to get sort of like the smoothest, run,
Slide.
make the least sort of impact, and head towards wherever may seem a bit dark, if there is anywhere that seems darker than the darkness.
And I'm gonna send the dancing lights kind of floating right above to like help illuminate the way for him.
Alright.
Excellent. So, all right. So I've got a added D4 to this check.
correct?
So that is 6 plus the D4 is 2, which makes it 8, and I've got a plus 8 to acrobatics, so that makes it 16.
16. Easily enough, you take a quick glance, you do an instinctive calculation in your mind as you jump in and start sliding down the very slight slope of this tunnel as you drag through the stone and earth. Following this tunnel, you drop the 35 feet, 40, 50, 60, 70 feet. You're like 100 feet into this slide.
Can I pull
And
my
everyone's
back
like,
feet in?
oh no. Yeah.
Can I pull in my back feet?
You pull your back feet. You're picking up speed just as you slide down the stone.
Go fast.
Everyone kind of like bobsledding in this tunnel, illuminated by these floating little candles that Dez has produced. Just sliding down, maybe about like 200 feet into the mountain, you suddenly see that the tunnle is about to like break onto stone floor. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw for this.
All
Both.
of us?
No, just the turtles, because the rest of you are riding the turtles.
Did this take more than a minute to go down?
0.
Not more than a
19.
minute.
Okay, so I think you still get your guidance. No, it's 1. Sorry, never mind.
Yeah, you just do it once.
So
Just do it. Okay, no. Well, I've got a 13 plus. You said plus Dex. You said plus 5. 18.
18 for Brastoise.
Si, senor.
19 plus 0.
19. Both of you just see the break coming right on time and manage to like extend out your arms and legs, try and like scratch with your claws against the wall to slow yourself down. just enough where you can kind of like roll out of the way without falling into each other. You avoid any damage or slamming into the stone, but you do kind of like tumble into this kind of darker, very cool stone room that you see has like some pillars going on each side of the room.
All right, and
Well, that
we're
was
on our
fun.
feet. We're not prone.
What's that?
Are we prone or anything? We're on our feet.
You are prone as you come out, but you may stand up easily enough.
Okay. I stand up and I offer a fist bump to my brother and I say, "Cowabunga."
Yeah. Yeah. I reply with a radical. I was going to go for a high five, but yeah, easy works.
There's like this awkward moment of like fist bump, high five.
Yeah, like.
Yeah.
As you kind of like collect yourselves and look around in this room, you see that multiple of these tunnels, of these similar tunnels, break out across this room, and the stone walls are just scarred with multiple openings. The ceiling, the ground, it seems like this is a central nexus for whatever creature that lives here that has been burrowing around the temple. Go ahead and make a quick perception check, whoever's in here. Whoever wants.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll mess around.
I'll get in on that.
16 plus
well,
1, 17.
Might as well.
9 plus 4, so 13.
Natural 2.
I've got an 8 total, so no good.
8 total. What was the highest? Was that you, Brastoise?
17 total, yeah.
17. Brastoise, coming out first, cowabunga, with your brother, and you look around. You see all these like openings and the pillars. But you also notice this one large pile of like refuse and mud and branches, bones. Is that? And you recognize it almost immediately as some sort of nest of some kind.
Oh boy.
Pieces of like broken wood and stone and mud, just roots of stuff. What you think might be human bones.
Do they look fresh? Can I see if they look like perhaps
If you approach and investigate thoroughly, yes, you'd be able to tell.
Do we have light
poke
source
around
around here?
the refuse pile?
You have the dancing lights from Des. Very dim light, but apart from the immediate vicinity where these lights are, the room is completely dark.
You said it was investigation?
Yes.
14 plus 2, 16.
16. All right. You look at these bones. They do not seem fresh. They seem rather old and just kind of like melded into this nest. But you do see something that is not yet raw bone, and you do see a relatively fresh, now partially rotten arm of someone, severed arm, just to the forearm and the hand, like laying to the side, and it looks like
That's
it's been
gross.
partially nibbled on.
Do I cast Thunderwave and just like ring the bells?
Cool. I'm gonna go with yes.
I mean,
Some
tis the
not
season.
very cautious turtles.
Cowabunga.
Cowabunga.
You cast Thunderwave.
I'm thinking about it. I don't know. I ask the party what they think.
Do we want it a little brighter in here first? I guess maybe. I don't know.
Good nerd.
Okay, I'm gonna cast in the center of the room, create bonfire. Just like
All right. You cast Create Bonfire in the center of the room, and illuminating a little bit more than what your dancing lights can. And you see the light kind of grow, and the shadows also elongate as these multiple pillars across the room of like provide cover and make the room look this like multiple shades of gray and red from the firelight.
Festive.
You see now in clearer detail these pillars and the wear of the stone and the carving of the rock by these again like predominant two grooves, as if some large pincer was moving along the earth. You also see that there is a staircase that was previously rather obscured by the darkness and kind of like partially fallen stone. That is not a tunnel like all the rest, but an actual stairwell that leads further down even into the mountain. However, as you cast this firelight and the lights start to flicker around, you hear a odd clicking from one of the tunnels above in the ceiling. And you see a shadow start to like crawl out as this horrible creature with large green eyes, these horrible mandibles that just extend from its face, and these sort of singled clawed hands just walks out, just screeches at you. Everybody roll initiative.
Fuck.
All right. Here we go. Which die?
13.
So 13 for Brastoise?
Yep.
9.
3. I rolled a nat 1.
All right.
Me.
I don't like bugs. Ew.
3 for Dez and 10 for Mars. Lumen?
12 for Lumen.
12 for Lumen. And this guy is going to roll a 19, so it goes first.
Great.
And I'm going to pull out the first of our encounter battle maps.
Yeah.
Right.
As you see this kind of
Ooh.
pillar room and the start of a staircase, these holes across the walls and the floor in this large nest, positioning you as you were. So Brastoise, you were examining the nest. I have the rest of you would have exited on this side of the room from one of the tunnels. So where would you be standing?
I would have been still close to the tunnel. I didn't really move much from wherever. I'm right next to Mars.
Well,
Right
I
next to
would
Mars?
have aimed. Yeah, I would have aimed for wherever seems darkest.
Wherever seems darkest, you would have been like behind one of the pillars. Then, do you want to be close to?
Yeah, that's gorgeous. I feel like we should get like a better view of that, like right up there.
If you right click, you can focus on the person or on the battle map.
Oh, so here we have Lumen,
Yeah.
the cleric,
Had to go blue and purple.
Dez, draconic bloodline sorcerer. Is it focusing?
So sick.
Brastoise. All these remember printed by Shadowweave, painted by Leroy.
Very well done, Leroy.
Thank you.
This is Mars, our rogue.
Amen. Cowabunga.
The terrain. This one is all Dollar Store DM, Ashlyn, our lovely Dez, and the map. That's me.
Very nice. I love like the printed out map, like with the overlay of the 3D terrain. Really nice.
All right. So At the top of the round, this creature coming down from the ceiling as it just kind of lets go and drops right next to Brastoise, poof, with a heavy thud, bringing up a cloud of dust. A large Umber Hulk.
Whoa.
This one also printed by Shadowweave, painted by myself. As it shows up, dropping from the ceiling, everyone in its line of sight, within 30 feet, which actually gets everybody. Please make a charisma saving throw.
Oh boy. Minus
Yummy.
1.
I'm at least okay at these.
10.
Hi, guys.
3.
3 as well.
21.
Lumen, what was yours?
3.
3. And Brastoise?
10. 11 minus
10.
1.
So the only one that succeeds is Dez. The rest of you failed your charisma saving throw and are now confused as you catch the gaze of this creature, and its eyes send this force in your mind that kind of bobbles you. At the top of the round, it will make 3 attacks against Brastoise, who is immediately manipulating the nest. First attack is going to be a 17 plus 8, which I presume hits.
That it does.
A natural 20 for a critical hit.
Oof.
And third attack is misses with a 5 plus 8.
All right.
The first 2, however, connect. One of them for a critical hit. So the first attack will deal a total of 7 points of slashing damage. Sorry. And for the second attack, that is 16 points of slashing damage.
Oof.
As with these 2 almost mantis-like claws just slashes at you, trying to scratch at the exposed parts outside of your shell. With
Right, that
that,
hurt.
it is now your turn, Brastoise.
Okay. I have just pull it up. Those boots, those fancy artificer boots of the winding path. As a bonus action, I would like to teleport 15 feet away from this nasty crustacean-like thing that's been hitting me in the face.
Make another charisma saving throw before you start your turn, so that you can act. So to see even if you can act or not.
Okay.
As you are still
Minus 1. 16 minus 1 is 15.
15.
Gotcha.
You just barely save, and you are able to act this turn.
All right. I would like to teleport 15 feet opposite it, just on the opposite end, 15 feet out.
Opposite end, so this side?
Towards
where you came in?
Towards that bottom row of pillars, opposite of where we came in, like on the bottom part of the screen.
All right, 15 feet away. You can get up to like either here or behind it over here.
I'll stay over there.
All right.
I'm gonna use my movement to walk back towards the wall, and then I'm going to cast Ray of Frost with my one cannon. I fucking brandish my one arcane firearm that's mounted on my shoulder. Give me a second. Okay. Range spell attack. So I get a +6 to hit. 15 plus 6 to hit.
Yes, that definitely hits.
Yeah. And then
Total 21.
D8 plus another D8 because it's my arcane firearm. I get an extra D8 to spell damage. So it's a 7 and a 2. So
7 to
9
2.
total.
9 total.
and its max speed is reduced by 10 feet until my turn starts again.
By how much? 10 feet?
10 feet. Yep.
Got it. Alrighty.
All right, and my turn.
End of your turn. It is now Lumen's turn. Go ahead and also make a charisma saving throw to see if you can act or not.
18.
18. You succeed in the saving throw as you kind of collect yourself from this initial confusion from its mesmerizing gaze. You are free to act normally.
Let's see. I will touch the holy symbol on my shield, and I'm going to cast Aura of Vitality. So a 30-foot radius. It's my action, and then I'm going to use my bonus action to give 5 hit points back to Brastoise. But
Thank you.
So I'm concentrating on this aura of vitality, trying to keep everyone healthy.
Alrighty, keeping concentration on this aura, making sure that your party is well healed and prepared. Do you avert your gaze as you're still in its line of sight?
Yeah, I'll kind of look to my shield and kind of just focus and keep staring at the holy symbol on my shield and keep my eyes down.
All right, as you avert your gaze, you prevent yourself from this mesmerizing effect. However, if you do try to strike it without looking, you will do so at disadvantage.
Yeah.
Up next, Mars.
All right, I need to do another charisma saving throw, don't I?
Indeed.
9, 10.
10?
Yep.
Unfortunately, the attack misses as you shoot with your crossbow. All right, that's a charisma saving throw. Never mind.
Yep.
Yes. So the attack, the saving throw fails. And let's see, what are you gonna do? You catch the gaze of this Umber Hulk, and its mesmerizing effect confuses you. I roll a d8. I rolled a 1. So on a 1 to 4, you do nothing. So you just stand there, feeling mesmerized and confused, not being able to snap out of it and act. At the bottom of the round, Des.
I'll just stare up at this Umber Hulk and just go, cool.
I'm going to twin some scorching rays and send them all at the Umber Hulk, kind of just like oh god! And I'm going to send fire out from my little bonfire. You're gonna of them impacting.
Twin.
So I'm going to spend 2 sorcery points. So I'm down to 7. So let's do the first 3 together. So nat 20, nat 18, and a 13.
And a 13 total?
These are the first 3 hits, like the attack rolls. So 13, 20.
13 total or 13 roll?
13 total.
Okay, so the 13 misses, but the other 2 hit.
Okay, so nat 20 and then a nat 18. And
so,
then the second 3 attacks are a 16 and 2 22s.
Did you intend to quicken or twin the spell?
Twin.
Twin makes it so that you can target 2 different creatures with a spell that only targets 1. Quicken makes it so that you can cast another spell.
Oh, you're right. You were right. Sorry, I've never played a sorcerer before, so I'm just gonna ignore the last 3, and it's just gonna be that first scorching ray set.
All right, so the first scorching ray. Natural 20 though, so that's a double dice damage.
Yes. Let's see. Scorching ray. Scorching ray is 6s. So the first We were 5, 6, 7, 9. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 damage for the first one.
Ooh,
I ignore all fire resistance, by the way,
indeed.
because dragon. And the second one is 4.
4. The contrast, damn. All right.
Rolled a lot of
Delivering-
6s on the first one.
Did I make you roll your charisma saving throw?
I succeeded the first
You
one.
did, right? But at the start of this turn?
No, because I had succeeded before. Is it the start of my turn that I?
I've been making everyone roll again, but my bad. We'll say you succeeded. You have high charisma.
I do.
And
And then
one.
my movement, I'm gonna move behind the pillar so I'm out of its line of sight.
Okay. Moving behind the pillar so you're out of line of sight and no longer making eye contact, which is what makes the effect. Is you looking at its eyes. You manage to like move out of the spell range. Top of the round, its turn again. Having lost its first target, is going to move towards the first one it can see. So it's going to engage with Lumen.
Oh no!
No, man.
Who is averting his gaze.
Yep.
However, it'll make, once again, its 3 attacks. Not just with its claws, however, but this time it'll also try to grasp you in its mandibles.
Oh, no.
So, the first 2 are the claws. That's going to be a natural 20 and a 4, which misses.
18 armor stops that critical. Am I right?
You're wearing adamantite?
Yep.
All right, so no critical for this Umber Hulk. Well played. The attack with the mandibles is going to be a 19 to hit.
19 hits is my armor class.
19. So 2 attacks hit. And that's going to be... I'll just roll everything. So the claw, one of them hits for a total of 9 points of slashing damage. And the mandibles are going to roll for a total of... a total of 14 points of slashing damage as these 2 massive mandibles that it uses to burrow through the stone just grasp you on the side to start crushing you.
Ow.
At
Go
that
ahead and roll
point,
my,
that's
Can I roll my concentration check?
absolutely. Go ahead and roll your concentration.
I believe I succeed. I roll a 12 and a 17, so I believe I succeed on both.
Indeed. The Umber Hulk's turn ends with that, and we're back to Brastoise.
Gang, gang.
Brastoise, you're no longer in the gaze of this creature, and it is turning its back towards you, so you don't see its eyes. You're free to act.
Sweet. First attack, I'm going to follow up with yet another Ray of Frost.
Alrighty.
11 plus 6, 17 to hit.
17 to hit. 17 does not connect.
Oop.
As you shoot your beam, and it bounces against its carapace, and this hard chitinous shell just kind of like, you see it freeze over, but no effect to the creature.
I say okay, and I pull out my Eldritch Cannon that is also mounted on my opposite shoulder. And it is the Force Cannon. So,
Using Force Cannon.
yeah. This is my first time playing Artificer, so I just gotta polish up on the mechanics real quick.
What? New classes. What's that like?
It's something. There we go. Ranged spell attack. Okay, so it uses the nat 20. Sweet.
Natural 20 for ranged spell attack.
Yes, sir. 2d8 force damage. Where's my other d8? 7 and 8. 15.
15.
Yep, and the creature is pushed back up to 5 feet away from the cannon.
So you push it towards the pillar over here?
Yep.
Just you see this creature get hit by this massive strike of force. Remind me of the damage?
15.
15 total?
Yep, 15 total.
Got it.
Yeah, and I have my turn.
Alrighty, you see this creature just get struck in the side by this blast of force energy, shoving it to the pillar. It shakes the whole room. Just poof, dust and stone start to break off from the ceiling and the walls. It is now Lumin's turn.
Am I in the jaws of this creature?
You are not grappled by the jaws of this creature.
Okay.
It's just a one-hit attack.
So, as my
You're still
bonus
averting your gaze.
So as my bonus action, I'm going to go ahead and heal myself, for 7 hit points with my Aura Vitality.
7 hit points are of vitality.
And then, so for my action, I will cast Sleep at 3rd level at this creature. I'm going to try and lull it, so it will leave us alone for a little while.
All right, so
I must.
what saving throw do I need to make?
You don't make a saving throw. I just roll 5 die 8, and
And if I
plus-
have less health than that,
yeah, correct. So a 3rd level is 9 die 8, I believe.
A lot of dice.
15, 23, 26, 34, 36.
36.
Yeah, wait, 39, 42, 45, 40, 53 hit points.
53 hit points.
Yeah.
As you cast this spell and throw out this area in front of you, where suddenly the creatures start to slow and lull out, you hear this clicking just kind of like slow down. And it stumbles forward and collapses next to you. Asleep.
It worked. It worked.
Yeah.
Oh!
So how long does it
Everyone be
remain
quiet.
asleep?
For 1 minute.
For 1 minute.
Guys, it's not going to stay this way for long.
Does it wake up if we hit it?
Yeah, I think so.
Does, I think.
Yeah, it does.
But you do get it is prone and asleep, so you do get advantage and I think an automatic critical on it if you want to.
Yeah, if you melee attack it.
With melee
attack.
attacks.
And then that confusion thing that it had, does that go away now that it's
It is,
asleep? Or-
yes. It's asleep. It's not his eye protector's closed.
Does that make it my turn?
It does technically, and if you were still in initiative, it is then Mars's turn.
Excellent. I am going to walk straight over to this thing. I take out my light crossbow, and I am going to shoot it straight in its eyeball. And I'm just going to do that. So it is a natural critical, seeing as how it is asleep.
Because you have crossbow expert, you don't have like any
do not have
penalties to
any-
do point blank range attacks.
Yeah, I can use the long range as melee attack if I wish.
Yeah, so you get
so I'm
benefits of advantage and a automatic critical, plus your sneak
Awesome.
attack, and
Yeah,
all
plus-
the good rogue stuff.
So my sneak attack is 4d6, which at this point is 18 points just for sneak attack, and then my 2 and 6 and 8, so that is 16, 26 damage in total.
Jesus.
Is that
As you
with the
take
double,
you
or-
take your crossbow and just aim it like right at the edge of where the larger, thicker shell of this creature connects to the soft tissue behind its skull. Point your crossbow down, point blank release, and the bolt just lodges itself completely into the back of the head of this creature. You hear it like twitch, and then just like kind of curl up stiff like an insect.
And as a bonus action, I'm going to take my dagger, which is in my ambidextrous other hand, and I'm going to stab it straight in its other eye.
No need. It is already dead.
I'm going to stab it anyway, right in its eye. I'm going to take out both
This
of
still
its
only
eyes.
counts as one.
Stabbing the corpse of this thing, just like
I'm just going to take out both of its
strike,
eyes.
breaking a little bit more of its exoskeleton.
You
Yeah,
got
I
you
never-
got it. You
If
got
this
it.
thing
Your
comes
blade
back as
has
an
its like
undead,
now
I
thick
do not want it
goo
looking at
to
me.
it. It's
It sleeps
this
no
almost
more.
transparent goo as you like shove it into its face. Rather sticky and disgusting.
Excellent. I turn around and look at the others and go, liquefied.
I'm just gonna like peek around the column. Like, did you get it?
Safe to say, I'd think so. I think. You want some eye goop?
I really don't.
As
Still
silence kind of comes back to the room and you stand with this dead Umber Hulk in the room, you have now another opportunity to kind of look around with the light of this bonfire that's still going in the middle of the room. And you see the staircase that leads further down, and you also catch almost also kind of hidden with the other tunnels that exit and enter this room, an opening kind of on this side of the room, on this far corner, where a spiral staircase leads up. So you have two ways out, the two official ways, because there's a lot of tunnels, but the two, there's a staircase, and then that leads down this like sort of long tunnel, and then the spiral staircase that leads up.
Can I quickly just loot this this underdouche?
Absolutely, you can go ahead and make a investigation check.
13 plus 0. 13.
13. On the creature's body, you don't really find anything of use, like it doesn't wear anything, it's just a monster. However, you recall the arm that has been nibbled and think, well, maybe there's something in the belly. Open it up, and sure enough, you find a few pieces of gold, a few gold pieces and a few silver pieces that are kind of now cleaned by the digestive acids of this creature. Sparkly looking coins covered in this icky goo, but you collect a total of 6 gold pieces, 17 silver.
6 gold, 17 silver.
It looks like he might have eaten a coin pouch of the poor pilgrim that is part of its feast.
Ooh.
So I guess we know what happened to at least one of them.
Delicious.
Yep. I'm gonna move my bonfire to just under the Umber Hulk and kind of just burn the stank.
Takes a little bit to catch, but as it gets hotter and hotter, you start to see part of the goo start to like boil up and bubble, and then it starts to release this awful kind of like burning bone or like a bit like burning chitin smell that just is disgusting. Kind of like the smell of burning teeth when you're at the dentist and it's there. Like,
Can I rip out its crucibles just before she does that?
sure.
Can I take them?
Go ahead and make a survival check as you try to like break them up and basically harvest the mandibles.
Natural 20 plus 3.
Natural 20 plus 3, you easily manage to like you grab your knife and start carving it out and pull it out from the deeper bone that goes into the mandibles. And now you have these very large and rather tough mandibles. They're not particularly razor sharp, but they are pretty jagged. So you feel like you could cut something rather easily with this.
I've got a sneaky plan for these things, I'll say to the others. And hey, others, I've got a sneaky plan for these, but we'll have to wait and see if it works.
Can I roll to see if my knowledge of being confused by this thing, or maybe my knowledge of these creatures in general, sounds similar to what happened to the one surviving pilgrim that came back? Like if they're related, maybe?
Make a either nature or arcana check.
I'm gonna go with Arcana. 11 plus 6, 17.
17. From your knowledge of monsters, and in particular, you kind of like scratch your head about Umber Hulk in particular. You don't recognize him as a creature that could magically create or give someone that type of madness permanently. You figured like its gaze is more of a confusion thing that kind of stuns their prey so that they can easily grab it and eat it. More than something that causes madness.
Okay. So I relay that to the party. I say, whatever happened to these guys, this is clearly just a simple casualty, not the root cause.
Well, then seems like we have to keep going.
Yeah, but down
I
or
guess
up.
so.
I think down. We slid for quite a while. I'm sure that down is usually where gross things are.
I would agree. Down we go.
Do it.
Spend enough time in caverns. Not fun.
So you're decide to head down, and you move yourselves kind of towards the end of this room. Oh no. Near the end of this room, as you move down the tunnel, what is going to be your marching order?
Lumen, you had the highest AC, I'm pretty sure, with your adamantite plate, right?
And I can see pretty far in the dark.
That too. I also have goggles of night vision if that ever comes up. If we don't have lights up, I can maybe even just give that to somebody else, I think. I don't think you need to attune to goggles of night.
I can't see in the dark. I am a person.
Yeah,
I'm
I
normal.
can't see in the dark either.
Yeah, I don't think turtles can.
No,
I can't.
we can barely see in the light.
Yeah. That being the case,
I'm just gonna.
I will
Go for it.
touch my holy symbol once again, and like this kind of shadowy dim light comes over pretty much all of you, and you can all see for 300 feet in dark vision for an hour.
Sweet.
I'm using Eyes of the Night.
Twilight Cleric.
Awesome.
Nice.
I haven't seen this
also-
far underground in so long.
Is my homunculus nearby? Or
You have your Well, you had sent your homunculus to explore the left tunnel. That had seen like the other room and then the spiral staircase. I don't remember that you called it back before jumping into the
so
into the tunnels.
if I may, I'd like to poke my head into the tunnel where we sledded down, and I'd like to just like give like a little whistle.
All right. You poke your head and give a whistle. For a moment, nothing happens, and then you hear the sound of your homunculus, and it flies, right?
Yes.
All right. You hear the flapping mechanical noise of your construct. It's just like as it, but it's not coming from the tunnel, rather from behind you, the spiral staircase, as it goes and it exits on this side. Where'd it go? Here it is. As your little homunculus joins you, and here's a little homunculus.
He's
Some
so
of you
cute.
might recognize it.
Buddy.
It just comes out of this side, just
Okay.
flying in from the spiral staircase.
Right, so that's the opposite side that we entered this room from, yeah? Because we entered from
The
that
opposite side, yeah.
path on the side, yeah, okay.
Okay. I'd like to call for it to perch on my shell, just so that doesn't happen again.
You call your homunculus to you. So marching order is going to be Lumen first.
I'd like to be at the back, please.
I will be in the center. My squishy
I'll
self.
be rear shield.
All right. So Lumen, then Daz, and the turtles.
Now that I
at
can
the
see,
back.
I'm actually pretty perceptive.
All right.
I can now I can see shit.
So as you start heading down this tunnel and you start walking down the steps, you can see that it's a very long staircase that leads down. And the more you walk, the hotter the air gets, and the more humid the air gets. However, before you're like halfway down the staircase, anyone can make a perception check at this point.
I'll give it a try, but I can barely see anything at the best of times. Perception plus 0, 8.
23.
Nice.
Very nice. Des, as you're walking down the staircase, you see that a few steps further ahead, there's a couple loose stones. And you figure that if you put
I'm
your
gonna
weight
put those
on
at the
them,
party.
they're gonna crumble.
Hey, big guys! Don't step there. I think it won't support my weight, so I'm sure it's not going to support yours.
You also notice that the structure of this tunnel is like, because of all the other burrowing channels that the Umber Hulks have caused, it is in a very unstable condition, and you figure that it may collapse if any sort of like movement or if the stones of the steps were to break loose, it could chain react into a full collapse.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of scoot around Lumen, just follow where I step, or we may get squished.
Yeah,
And hurdly people, maybe don't bump into the walls.
I'm gonna follow cautiously, taking that same level of care, but in my brain I'm gonna be thinking, don't cast Thunderwave, don't cast Thunderwave, don't cast Thunderwave. And I'm just gonna continue to make my way along.
Boom!
Impulse
Oops, I
control.
cast it.
Yeah, I will follow in suit, but instead be thinking in my head, did I bring my ski poles? I sense an avalanche.
You start kind of like following in Dez's footsteps. I'm gonna need everyone to make an acrobatics check.
Oh boy.
This is
Oh,
where
boy.
this is where I come alive. 27.
For me,
Ooh. That one.
11.
11 and for Lumen, what was it?
8.
8. Well,
Here we
as you
go.
start kind of like walking down, and Lumen, you're up front, so you're like waiting each step for Des to tell you, and you're like, there, no, right next to it, no, to the right, and you're like struggling with Lumen. All of a sudden, you hear as you turn around to see Brastois kind of like with a step broken under his foot and stones starting to like roll down. At first, small pebbles. And you can see as they bounce and get momentum, it breaks another part of the stair, and a larger stone breaks off and starts rolling down. And this chain reaction begins, where multiple small pebbles start just breaking off the staircase and slamming against the wall. Suddenly, the wall around you just starts to groan really loudly, and before you, from the bottom of the stairs, as the larger rocks kind of like slam against the wall, it starts to collapse from the bottom towards you.
Oh jeez.
What are you
Can
gonna
I
say?
yell? Can I just yell, "Des, get on!" and just
Yeah,
run
that was-
and just run and jump and tuck all my limbs in and just toboggan the hell out of this.
That was
I don't suppose I
entirely
have enough
what I
time to
thought
cast
too.
Are you trying to like beat it out to the exit, or are you retreating as it collapses?
No, I want to go deeper in.
All right.
I want to keep going in. So if we get trapped in, I at least want to sort of like make it all the way in and get trapped in, as opposed to make it out.
Okay, as you see the tunnel start to collapse in front of you, and you split second decision, or like, we gotta beat this before it collapses and like blocks the exit. Well, everybody springs to action. I'm gonna need acrobatics checks from everybody again. This time, as you dash forward.
Time to ask the Moon Maiden for help as I saw them begin to act, or no? For guidance?
As a split reaction, I'll say sure, you can ask that.
All right.
26.
My dexterity is bad.
I got a 14.
19.
12.
19, 12. What was that? The first one?
26.
26.
I can't see, but I'm nimble.
Mars and Des are just like on that same wavelength. It's beautiful.
You start rushing down as this tunnel starts to collapse around you. As you make your way, and rocks falling alongside, you start to get like debris blowing into your face, dodging rocks as you rush down. You put your arms in Mars and start just sledding down the staircase using your shell as a sled.
Thanks. I want to tuck my head like sort of 98% in, so it's just like my eyes and my nose poking out the front.
Okay. Who had the lowest check?
Probably me, 12, right?
Yeah. Okay, so Lumen, since you were at the front and you're like dashing now, getting pushed by your comrades, stones just falling everywhere. You do get hit by one of these falling rocks. It just like kind of like decks you across the shoulder. You take. You take 3d6 of bludgeoning damage for a total of 12 points of bludgeoning damage as you're just hit on the side with this rock. Just, however, as you all kind of like just make it down this staircase, right before it kind of explodes with rock and dust, you just burst out into this larger room, this massive cavern. Just you break out. Oh.
As we break through, I just yell, "Oh yeah!"
That was exciting. Lumen, you okay? You got a little like blood there.
Just hurts a little. But I'm alright.
Take a rag and kind of pat the blood, kind of like reaching up like that. I can't really do anything to help, but there you go.
It's the thought that counts.
You gather yourselves and kind of like look around. You see this massive cavern that opens up before you. The cliff sides of the rock just like vault upward, perhaps 150, 200 feet into the air. Because of your dark vision, you're able to see the ceiling, but otherwise you would have been in total darkness. However, there is a very dim light that comes from further ahead. You see a small stone bridge that goes across a steaming river. Dim light kind of like shining at the surface of the river, perhaps from a source under the water.
Does it look steaming hot or steaming other?
Judging by the temperature of this room and the humidity, you just figure, yes, steaming hot. And as you, if you, you see the river and the bridge is like perhaps like 300 feet away from you. But if you get closer, you'll be able to see more.
Oh, now this just feels like home. I love it.
How far away is this light?
But perhaps like 300 to 350 ahead, like where the river and the bridge are.
Okay. I would like to command my homunculus to go investigate stealthily, if I can. And
yes, go
come
ahead and
back
make a stealth check for your homunculus.
So that is blah. Plus 2. 2 plus proficiency bonus. 3, so 5 for stealth. 18 total. 13 plus 5.
18 total. Pretty stealthily, you make your little construct just fly into the air and move towards this bridge that crosses the river. As you get closer, you see that it has this kind of like old stone build and these like stone pillars or kind of monoliths on each side with some runes. On the far side of this cave across the river, your homunculus also notices that there's a stone door, another very similar large stone door to the one outside. However, this one is untouched. It is not broken. It is closed. Your homunculus also notices that there are a collection of large bones, kind of around the area of this cavern. And in particular, this very large set of it almost looks like a rib cage of some sort, kind of just coming out of the earth.
Okay. So when he sees all he sees, I guess he comes back.
All right, reports this to everyone.
Bones.
And then
Bones are always a great sign.
Especially
As we
large rib cages.
Big rib cage, bridge, steam. What could go wrong?
So this light is on the opposite end of the bridge that's in front of us?
The door is on the opposite end. The bones you see are just like all around. There's smaller ones, and the larger ones are on your side of the bridge.
Okay, but the source of the light is on the opposite end of the bridge.
The source of the light is in the water, in the river. Your homunculus can see it from the air. A almost like very faint reddish glow from beneath the water. And as he gets closer, you see the water kind of like bubbles a little bit as it flows. It seems like there's an open kind of place where lava and river kind of meet, and the rock underneath kind of like breaks open with lava trying to flow out and immediately cools over, getting this like kind of off and on reddish glow all around.
How large is the room that we're currently inside of? Like, how far is it to sort of the perimeters before the bridge and the river that's going through?
It kind of fans out from, so you're at the end point of the room where the stairwell kind of opens up, and then it starts getting progressively wider until it meets the river. And it's at where you are, it's maybe like 20 feet across, but when it reaches the river, it's perhaps like 600 feet across.
Right.
It's a massive underground cavern.
Okay, so that's pretty big. All right. Can I go climb one of the, whichever one's the tallest looking rib-like structure coming out of the ground? Can I just go climb it and stand on top of it?
Sure. Repeat that, please.
Whichever is like the closest large bone-like thing coming out of the ground. Can I just go and climb it and stand on top of it?
Sure. It is a little bit further ahead. It's like 250 feet ahead. But as you move together with the party and start moving toward, you get to see now this kind of like large rib cage that's kind of like half buried in the ground. It actually doesn't even look like a rib cage, but almost like or not a humanoid or any. It looks more like a snake's rib cage or something long.
Cool.
That is like partially buried.
Yeah, can I climb up to sort of like the highest point, wherever that is, and just sort of hang out there for a minute?
Yeah. How much do you weigh as a turtle?
I'm relatively small as a turtle. I would say I'm somewhere in the I don't know, weight in pounds. Imagine someone that weighs about the same amount as
I can do kilograms.
Yeah, oh, you can do kilograms easy. Let's say 197 kilograms.
187 kilograms.
Yeah, so pretty big, but a small corner.
Still pretty heavy.
That's still pretty heavy.
You start climbing the bones of this like very large rib cage. When you get to the tip, and you're there for a second, and like take a quick look around you. You're free to make a perception check if you want.
I'll make the quickest perception check ever with a 17. Not bad.
17. You're like taking it in. And you're like, oh wow, look at this cave, very interesting. Oh, look at that hole. And you feel the bone underneath you just snap, and you fall like 10 feet to the ground. Make an acrobatics check.
15 plus 8, 23.
All right. You feel it right on time as it's breaking, and you just like jump off, avoiding being like thrown prone onto the ground. However, that bone breaks, and you fall, and you just kind of like, close. However, with the perception check that you've made, you also managed to kind of like see the far end of the cave where this doorway kind of open is, and you notice these like much larger holes than like the one of the Umber Hulk, that also kind of tunnel through this larger cavern. You see like across the walls here and there, across the ceiling, as well as other smaller holes like the one of the Umber Hulk and other like burrows. It looks like this is not just any cavern, but it's a thriving ecosystem of underground cavernous creatures.
Now, when you say large, what do you mean by large?
Like 20 feet diameter holes.
Cool. All right. So I'll sort of stand up and look up at the party and yeah. So guys, first off, Brassy, don't climb this. Secondly, everyone else, we may have worms. I'm not sure. I haven't been underground too many times, but I think that there may be worms here, or something at least very large. So I say we
make a nature check.
Yeah, I say we get digging. 8 plus 3, 11.
11. Well, judging by the large bones and the large tunnels, you figure, yeah, worms seems like a good option. You don't know exactly what other kinds of monsters or creatures might also be burrowing around here, but you figure that these bones may or may not belong to a ferocious purple worm.
So knowing the vast intelligence gap between my brother and I, can I back him up on that nature check?
Sure.
Very cool. Plus 2. Shit.
What do you think, Brassy? Do you think we've got worms as well? What do you think?
Well,
knowing how much smarter I am than my brother. What's wrong?
You jinxed yourself.
9 total. Yeah, I did.
9 total. Yeah, no, purple worm. These bones look wormy.
I say, you know what? I think you're right, Mars.
Can I go up to
he's
the
normally
hole?
much smarter than me, so if he agrees, then it's probably worms.
Yes.
Can I go up to the hole and see? Can I see any sort of marks on it that would help indicate what made these holes?
The holes that were pointed out by Mars as he was like at climbing the carcass or the remains, are like up in the cliffside, pretty far away from view. But you can try to just get a sense of what is around by making a survival check and see if you find any tracks.
For sure here. That would be a 3.
A 3. You do not see or recognize any tracks. You're too captivated
Looks all
by the giant bone structure and.
Yeah, you know they look bony. Big. Concur.
Yeah. Now, I'll take one more good look at these things, and I'll say, now, if you reckon it's worms as well, and I thinks it's worms, and there's big holes all over the floor and a giant skeleton. Hold on a second.
It's got to be worms.
Have skeletons? I think to myself, I'm not sure. I say we go and find out. Should we go see what that bridge is all about and see if we can get over it?
I think so.
Sounds nice. I need a nice like steam cleanse.
I just don't want to end up as turtle soup.
Yeah, and as soon
You and me both.
as he decides that we were gonna start moving, I'm gonna cast aid at a 3rd level on everyone. So we all get 10 temporary hit points.
Yay!
So the
Ooh.
three of you get 10 temporary hit points.
I heal for 10. Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm at 52.
Worms? Let's just get out of here. I'm not a fan of worms.
Are they too creepy crawly?
You don't know which end is which. I mean, it's so gross. Like, we gotta go, guys. We gotta go.
Yeah, I really only deal with worms that have a Y.
I've
So
heard a lot
you
of...
push onward towards the bridge. Yes?
No,
Yep.
that's right.
Is this still our marching order that we're keeping?
Are you keeping the same marching order? Lumen up front, then Des,
Yeah.
then
I'd like to, yeah.
Brass and Mars?
Yep.
All right. So you continue pushing forward and like ducking in and sort of making your way around all these like pieces of bone. Some like large, like the other, like the previous carcass. Other much smaller. You see a couple of like empty chitinous shells that resemble the one of the Umber Hulk. Like something's eaten an Umber Hulk. As you
That's great.
kind of walk through this practical graveyard, Des, with your passive perception, you hear a very faint kind of like
I hear coughing. Where do we hear it from?
make a quick perception check to pinpoint the location.
At 20.
Natural 20.
Nice.
You immediately turn.
I'm in rescue mode.
You hear the cough. You immediately turn. You see, beneath this like carapace of one of the remains of the Umber Hulks, 2 feet that are like hanging out.
I'm gonna rush over and like with shoulder try and like move the Umber Hulk with my weak ass frame.
As you move the shell, it is empty and hollow. It is rather light, surprisingly,
Mhm.
or lighter than you expect. It is pretty heavy, but you like move it aside, and you uncover a kind of barely conscious woman in kind of this common garb, this long tunic. Looks like perhaps one of the pilgrims.
I'm gonna like
She just like sees you and is like, Who are you?
my name's Tess. We were sent to find you guys, I guess. We didn't really actually think we'd find any, but it's really good to see you.
You must run.
What's here?
This sacred temple has become a den of monsters. He's here. He's here.
Who is he?
And she like grabs you close with this like the last bits of her strength, kind of like pulls you in. It's like he's here. Arkrad Morg.
Do I recognize that name from the mural with the eye?
You do. You do recognize the name.
And she's grasping me like, Lumen!
I'll move forward. Yeah, I'll move forward. Whoa.
You move forward. You see this woman, gravely injured, and she's like dying, very
Can I-
very weakened. Not just it doesn't seem like she's just wounded from like being physically hurt, but she seems like she's gone several days without water, food, or drink.
Cool. Can I see how close to death she actually is? Like, make a
Go ahead and make a
medicine
medicine check.
15.
15. She is pretty close to death. Like you're probably seeing her die, as she's kind of just laying, using the last of her strength basically to talk and warn you about the dangers ahead.
I don't think there's much we can do for her. What did she say to you?
She mentioned
You must run. You must run. He's here. Our Grand Morgue.
that was the guy who was trying to be a lich.
Yeah, knowing that
There's monsters everywhere. They'll find me. They'll eat me. They'll eat you too.
all right, being the burly guy that I am, I'll actually pick her up and put her on my shoulder, and I'll start moving as fast as I can away from where she is. Like,
In what
she said we
direction?
gotta go. So wait, hold on. She's on one side of the bridge, and we haven't
Yeah,
crossed it yet.
she's like on your way to the bridge. She was hiding under a shell of an underhog.
All right, toward the bridge, across it.
You
Run?
start to take her across the bridge. She goes. You like hold her up, and you feel her. She's very weak. She's very bony and extremely light. As you like hold her up, and again, she's like just wearing this like very ragged kind of like just pilgrim's clothes, kind of like a ritual part of it. As you start making your way towards the bridge, she's like, "No, don't take me to him. He will kill us all and turn us into his slaves. The monsters, they're here. They're here."
Can I hear her saying this?
I'm assuming at this point, Lumen has brought her a little bit closer to the rest of the party, or you could have just followed Des towards her. So I'll believe that everyone's there.
So as she's busy saying this, I'll basically just look over at my brother, and as soon as I hear the that name that she keeps saying, I basically look over at him and start imitating that picture on the outside on the wall, just having a bit of a laugh. So I think it's that guy.
I quietly, because I don't want to be disrespectful, I pull out the sword and I give it to him. I'm like,
Smooth.
And then I look straight at her and I say, don't waste any more energy saying anything that isn't important. Does he have any weaknesses that you can say in one word or less?
As you're like, I'm picturing like Lumen holding her face to his back, kind of walking forward, and you're like talking to her. She's like looking behind you, and you see her kind of like look up at you, like listen to the first half of what you said, and then you see her eyes kind of like widen, and she's look up.
Excellent.
yes, we look
In
up.
that case, I'm still holding that sword, so I'm just going to raise that sword up into the air, look straight up into the air, and just and just say, like, I think we've got a fight on our hands, and just cry out the loudest war cry I've ever heard come from a turtle.
and you hear a war cry in response as a roar echoes from above you, and this like part of the wall it kind of like comes down, this like large stalagmite that just comes down towards the top of the area of the river, and you see hanging from the stalactite a bluish kind of lizard-like dragon without wings. As it roars back towards you, sparking at its mouth. I think this is a good time to take a break.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
These are my favorite. I love these, but I've never had to battle them. I've only played them.
Yeah, they're good when you get to throw them at other people.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have
sure.
2 of them. Boy.
Awesome.
So we're going on break.
John, you're muted.
How long are we on break for? I
Okay.
can hear you.
I hear you.
Oh, I just can't hear him.
We're gonna go on break. Is 5 minutes okay? Or 10?
5 works for me.
I'd
5's
I'd
alright.
like 10 personally, just so I can run to the store really quick for like around 10 minutes.
We're gonna get the store.
It's on the corner. I'll be right back. But just in case, I don't want to, drag it on.
10
I think
works.
10 minutes is a little safer.
10
10
works.
works.
Fine with me.
10-minute break, and we will be back with a fight.
Awesome.
Right.
I'll see you all at 7 minutes past 10.
All right, everybody out there watching, thanks for enjoying the stream. We will be coming back in just a couple minutes. Hang in there. Hey everybody watching, this is producer John. Looks like the group is just getting ready to come back on. Thanks for hanging in there. Please like and subscribe if you haven't already, and don't be afraid to check out We're the Good Guys. It's our other channel. Should be joining in just a minute.
All right, welcome back. And we're just starting off this next combat encounter. I'm gonna have everyone roll initiative.
Right. Nat 20.
Non-natural, but 20.
Not natural,
Six.
26. Bring up the
I'm
rear.
so used to being Chris. This hurts so much.
2 for Lumen.
2 for Lumen.
Yup.
Bring up the rear. And it was a what was the total for Brastoise?
Nat 20 with the modifier. It's 20. Just flat 20. No modifier.
Flat 20. All right, flat 20 for Mars. So at the same initiative order. This guy is gonna roll for his, and all right, so got it. So, bringing in the next of our beautiful terrain battle maps. This one's the largest and beautiful piece.
Oh, wow. Fancy.
Put this up a little bit more. You can see here this
So
beautiful
cool.
bridge by Luke from Nerdcraft HQ. Also, these monoliths. We have crystals from Dollar Store DM, as well as some rock pieces. The bones that have been now broken by Mars. All right. So as you just start crossing this bridge, I'm going to put everyone in the initiative order. So, say, just about to cross the bridge. We're here, crossing the bridge, and at the back, the turtles.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, and from a rock formation just above you, you hear a screech and a roar as in front of the bridge, this large behir appears out of the sky. Here we go.
God, that's so
Printed by
cool.
Shadow Weave. Painted by
Beautiful paint job.
It drops right in the middle of the bridge, preventing you passage with a hungry look in its eyes. The steaming river water going around you as it creates this muddy terrain all around the ends of the bridge. At the top of initiative, Mars and Brastoise. Which one wants to go first?
Well, I'll at least. I'll. Sorry.
Do you want to go first?
Sure. Let's do this. I summoned this thing. I might as well have first attack. Before I do anything, first I'll just turn to my brother next to me and just go. Well, he doesn't even have a shell. He doesn't stand a chance.
Get a load of this guy.
And then,
No shell having.
Oh, no shell, no chance. I then.
Seems a little racist, guys.
I'm at the very back, aren't I?
You're almost at the very back. You're right behind Lumen as you were talking to the lady who pointed out the behir slithering across the top of the cavern.
Awesome. So he's now down on the bridge. Where's it looking at? Is it looking basically at the people right in front of him?
Yes, which I've placed Dez, but Dez was perhaps hanging behind, or were you crossing
Dez
the
would have
river
been right
eagerly?
next to Lumen, so wherever you think.
So right next to Lumen will be right next to Lumen.
Because I was following the girl.
So the behir has dropped down from above, from these a low-hanging stalagmite, to block the way, and looks hungrily at group.
Awesome. All right. So I am going to use half of my movement, or maybe all of my movement. I'm not sure if possible. I've got 30 movement. I want to get just onto the. If I'm facing the bridge, I want to get onto the left-hand side of that monolith thing.
All right,
So,
you want to climb this?
No, I want to be on the other side of it. So I imagine I want to be on the riverbank just behind it, so I can actually.
Got it.
So I've got a line of sight, but taking cover behind. Yeah, pretty much about there. And then I want to fire an arrow straight up into the underneath of this thing's face.
Alrighty, you take position, moving, just darting into the darkness behind this monolith and taking cover behind the stone bridge. You aim your crossbow. Go ahead and take your shot.
All right, crossbow. Yep. So I've got that one there. It is 18 with a +5 to hit. 23.
Definitely hits. 23 as you strike it first. It has not acted. Did you take
That was using sneak attack.
sneak attack?
specifically.
So,
Yeah, that's why I wanted to make sure that he was paying attention to the other people.
which are you an assassin rogue or what kind of rogue are you?
I was an assassin rogue, yeah.
Yeah, so it hasn't acted yet, so you gain, I believe it's an automatic critical.
Awesome. In that case, I will deal 2d8 damage, and then my sneak attack remains at 4d6. That doesn't double, does it?
Your sneak, I think it does.
The sneak attack doubles as well.
Oh boy. If only he
Yeah.
had a shell.
Yeah, all the dice that you roll will double.
Any
If only
dice.
he had a shell.
Yeah, so it's an automatic critical. You double all the damage dice.
Wow. Okay. Fantastic. So, so my damage to hit. Sorry. I have hit him. My actual damage is 6. Okay, so that's 6 as far as actual dice are concerned, and then with sneak attack, that there is. Oh dear. Okay, so that's plus 18. Plus 12. Okay, so that's 18, 28, 30,
36.
34, 36. I count. Yep,
Is that the total? 36?
36 total.
All right, brutal first attack. You do have. Did you take 2 weapon fighting?
I did indeed.
You can make another shot if you want. If you have
I
2
have-
crossbows.
I don't have 2 crossbows, but I do have a light bow with me, which I do not need to use an action to swap them over or to reload. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to use my bonus action just to fire straight at him with the same thing because I don't need to take an action to reload, so I'm already holding it.
Sure.
So I'll do the exact same thing again. 21 to hit.
21 hits.
Okay. With 8, 9, 10, 11 as standard damage. 12 as 1.5 of the sneak attack.
You only get sneak attack for 1 attack per turn.
Okay, cool. So then that stays at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That stays at 13 in total.
13 for a single
13.
crossbow shot. That one's not. That one's also not a critical.
That one's not a critical. Okay, do you want me to use the lower
Only
of the
happens
two in
once
that
per
case? Do you want me to use the lower of the 2 in that case?
Was there an order in which you rolled them?
I rolled them at the same time. One's an 8, one's a 5.
Yeah, sure. Let's take the, or just roll it again. Just roll it again.
All right, I'll just roll one.
Let's.
I should have kept it. 1.
Well, 37 total damage in a round. Still pretty brutal onslaught.
Right on. And then I will use my.
Is that plus your
action.
dexterity though?
That was not plus my dexterity. No, that was plus my dexterity because I added that into the actual weapon damage itself. No, I didn't. I've wrote it down, but I didn't add it in. So that's an extra 2, extra plus 4 extra.
Plus 4. All right, so brings down to okay. Good. 2 shots as you load your crossbow, shoot again, load, hit it twice. You catch it right underneath the neck. The 2 bolts connecting. It whips around, biting and snapping, getting angry now that its food is fighting. However, it is Brastoy's turn now.
I will just
Miniature
quickly
order.
cunning action my way just to roll back behind the pillar.
You shot twice. That's your bonus action.
You are correct.
Okay. How far away is Mars from where I am right now?
From where you are now, Mars is
Or actually,
about 25
Okay.
feet from you.
okay. My homunculus servant is on my shoulder, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So he shares my initiative, but he goes right after me. But I'm gonna use. Can I use his reaction to use the channel magic feat so he can fly over to my brother and cast invisibility on him?
Because it's a reaction, it can only happen during someone else's turn, and it needs to move first, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's
So
right.
you'll be able to use it some other time, but not during your turn.
Okay. So he would move after I go if he shares my initiative, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you share using your initiative, you can move whichever you want first.
Okay. So then, just as a preemptive thing, I'm gonna command my homunculus servant to move towards my brother.
Flies over towards your brother, hovering neatly above him.
And then for my actions and bonus actions, I'm going to cast Ray of Frost with the 1 arcane firearm, and then the Force Blast with my Eldritch Cannon.
Okay.
So first up, Ray of Frost, +6, nat 20 +6.
How many crits?
It's Crit Sunday.
It's these DM heads, man. They know what they're doing. And it's double dice damage, right, for crits?
Double dice damage.
Yeah.
Okay. 1. So 2. For Ray of Frost.
You
his
can.
movement speed.
So
What were you
2.
saying?
No, that's okay. 2 points damage for your Ray of Frost.
Yes. His movement speed is slowed 10 feet, and then with the other one, I'm going to do the Eldritch Cannon. 16 +6 is 22.
That hits.
And 2d8. 2.
2.
But he's also
Again.
pushed back 5 feet.
Okay. 20. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Ray of Frost gets an extra d8 because I'm using the arcane firearm. I forgot about that.
Roll it.
Okay. 5.
5. Extra 5. Everything counts. As you blast it with your Ray of Frost, you see it start to... The skin start to frost over as a thin layer of ice takes hold, slowing it, and you see his little small arm just kind of like try to break off the ice. You hit it with your force cannon, pushing him back a little, and it kind of like rears back. You see its claws just as it's now really angry that its food is very much striking back.
And I mutter to myself, it's super effective.
It is not very happy. So you see his mouth start to like open up and start to spark as it opens up, and before him this line of lightning just burst forward, catching both Lumen and Brastoise in the line of lightning. I need you both to make dexterity saving throws. Lumen, you are carrying the almost dead woman. Your dexterity saving throw will be at disadvantage unless you drop her.
Can't drop her. Can't do it.
Dude, throw her at him.
All right, with
She
a
gonna
0
die.
modifier.
I'm gonna
8.
fail anyway.
No, you can do it.
Do anyone want to guess what I rolled? A 2 and a 1.
Oh no.
Is that good?
Oh.
Did I do it? Did I win?
Fail for the Lumen's dex saving throw. Brastoise, what was yours?
Your boy's going down.
8.
8. Oof. All right, let's see if I have enough dice.
That's never a good thing to hear.
What?
Did we start with any health potions at all?
Could have bought
I
some.
don't think any of you
Yeah, his name is Lumen.
grabbed some. Okay, so let's see. Oh, that one's cocked. Okay, that one's better for you. So,
No, only half. We'll just me and Mars.
Mars has a shell, so that might work out. You guys might stand a chance.
Yeah.
Oof. Okay. How much did you succeed the saving throw, Blastoise?
I don't believe so. I got an 8 flat.
8. No, yeah, that fails. Both of you just take this brutal surge of lightning coursing straight through you. The lady automatically fails her saving throw. She unfortunately, obviously, is now dead. But the rest, the two of you take 59 points of lightning damage.
59.
I'm
for sure
at
out.
negative 22.
I'm out too, for sure.
Both of you fall unconscious.
I'm at negative 21. Nice.
The creature, sees you fall and starts to move closer, as it's gonna try to eat you in its next turn. Oh no, it
Sounds about right.
slides.
Healer down, healer down.
To the battle camp freeze.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh god. Oh god.
This is gonna be a real TPK for sure. Check this out.
Nah, we're good.
We're good.
Nah,
We're
we
still
got this.
good?
We got this.
Uh,
We got this.
The only person who has any.
Nah.
Up next
Nah, we're good.
we have
We're good.
Des.
Real talk, Mario. Did we have any healing potions on us? I don't remember.
If you didn't grab any and you didn't find any,
Okay.
Just as a note, my homunculus is also down. Its core is just floating in its place where it once was.
oh,
I'm going to. I'm gonna run towards and like in a different line from the downed people, but close enough to it that I'm gonna pose a threat, and I'm going to cast.
do you run like past it, behind it, or off?
Actually,
to
you
the
know
side?
what? I'm going to cast. I'm going to use Quickened Spell, cast a Firebolt at it to start, and then I'm going to cast Wall of Fire across the bridge, blocking him off from us.
Okay. So you're gonna point blank shoot him with a firebolt and then separate him from your
Yeah,
party.
so I'm not
with a
move. I'm
wall.
not actually going to move. I'm just going to fire that.
Balance.
So that
Okay.
is
So for a
Hey.
firebolt,
not nat 20 for the Firebolt. He takes 2d10 fire damage, plus he is now on fire. And at the start of his next turn, he will take what was it? He'll take 2d10 fire damage at the start of his next turn. I also get to add the charisma modifier to this roll. Oh, I'm stressed. That would be 13 damage for the firebolt, and then the wall of fire. Is it a? I'm like putting it on him. I'm trying to damage him as much as possible.
all right.
And I don't remember wall of fire. This is
Keep a
why
handy
phones
book.
are wonderful. When the wall appears, each creature within its area must make a dex save. The dex save would be spell saves 14.
Okay, 14. Dexterity saving throw for this creature. Ooh, no, that's a fail with a 3 plus 3, so total of 6. Takes full damage as this wall of fire just appears in front of it, emitting a bright light all around and pushing it back with just a searing heat.
Fuck yes. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27 fire damage from that wall of fire.
27 fire damage.
Ooh,
Whew.
whiz. Yeah, you got this.
So one side of the wall selected by you when you cast the spell deals 5d8 fire damage to each creature that ends its turn within 5 feet of that side or inside the wall. Creature takes the same damage when it enters the wall for the first time on a turn or ends its turn there.
And
So
how
I'm
long do
putting-
you make the wall? Are you going to make it like in a straight line across?
Yeah, I'm gonna straight line across, trying to block him off as much as possible.
And what's the total distance on the...
I think it's 20 feet.
How long can you make the wall?
It is 60 feet long, 20 feet high, and 1 foot thick.
All right, so 60 feet across. I don't have markers to do that, but 60 feet across is pencil. It is now a wall of fire. I'm assuming
And
just...
he's on fire.
And he is on fire, so at the start of his turn, he will
2d10.
take extra damage. Let's balance him. There we go.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's the item that I have. It's the
The
fire,
shard of fire element.
elemental essence.
Yeah, that one.
I mean, while we're working, I'll see if it's like he has to spend a turn putting himself out or something. I'm not sure.
Got it.
It's not-
Bottom of the round, Lumen. First death saving throw.
11.
11. That's a success. Mark 1.
Nice.
And then top of the round, back to Brastoise and Mars. If Mars wants to go first or Brastoise.
You can go. I'm just gonna make a death save anyway.
Yeah, go ahead and make your death save.
Okay. 17.
17, success.
Nice. All right. Now, which side of the fire wall am I on? Am I on the same side as this?
No, you're on the side. So on your friends' side.
I'm gonna yell at him like, stabilize them or something. I don't know. Stay some bleeding.
Okay, so if if this wall thing theoretically is about 60 feet in width, and I'm standing off to the side of center of it, that means that theoretically I should be able to dash to the end of it and be able to shoot from around the corner of it, because I've got 30 feet of movement, so it should be, I'm assuming, about 27 feet to the end of it. Plus
And if you do
foot.
dash, you could probably go all the way around.
Well, I don't want to get all the way to it, but I want to get to the end where I've got a line of sight of it.
Yeah. Well, from where you are, you will be able to reach the end of this wall because you are at the middle, just a little to the left. So you will be able to peek out the side of the wall with just your regular movement.
Okay, question. If I use dash, would I be able to get to the end, all the way back, and jump onto this thing?
And onto the thing.
Like, would I be able to use an athletics check? An acrobatics
with
check
your-
to sort of like leap onto it.
Let's see from over here, and if you you would be able to make it just back to the edge of the bridge, not quite to jump on him or on it.
Interesting. Okay, in that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that. So I'm going to do a big sprint up to the end, and then I'm going to sprint back, and I'm going to sort of like baseball slide to as close to the bridge as possible to try get sort of like half of myself underneath the bridge. Well, not under, because it's obviously boiling water, but like, sort of as close to the bridge as possible where I can still see it. And I'm assuming it's focused on this giant wall of fire in front of it, and it is currently on fire, so I could use sneak attack again to fire up into the bottom of its face.
However, do Note that if you move to the opposite side of the firewall, and
Yep.
and are within 10 feet of the fire, you will also be burned.
Okay, would I be able to make it to the bridge with? Is the wall of fire going pretty much along the bridge, like right along the water?
It's going like along the river, blocking the bridge from the.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to stay right where I am, and I'm going to fire blindly straight through the firewall directly to where this thing was, as best as I can remember.
Right. The fire, as part of the description, the firewall can be transparent or opaque. So, Des, did you make it transparent or opaque?
I made it opaque so it wouldn't be able to see us and fire.
So yeah, you will shoot at disadvantage through the firewall.
That is fine with me. I will shoot at disadvantage. Where is my second one here? An 18 and a 16. That's not bad. Plus 5, so 16 plus 5 is 21.
So surprisingly, that definitely hits.
Awesome. And do I get sneak attack?
It cannot see you, so yes.
Fantastic. I will roll my d8 first. So it's d8 plus 2. That's 7, 8, 9. So initial attack is 9. Plus 4d6. 14.
14 points of damage.
So that was 14 on sneak attack. So 14 plus 9 in total. 23.
Alrighty. You take your shots quickly through the wall of fire. You hear them, and you hear a roar from the other side, a screech as it is hit. You don't quite see it, but you hear as it kind of like scrambles away. You hear the stone just scratching, and then from the other side of the wall, you can't quite see it yet, but you don't hear it immediately on the other side either.
All right, so I'll just.
So right now, all of this is like you can't see all of this.
So to end out my turn, I'm just gonna yell, "Have at it!"
All right.
I can't really do
after that, Des, it is your turn.
Has
You
it?
don't see them here. You also you see Mars shoot at it. You hear a screech. You hear kind of running away. You are uncertain where it is though.
I'm going to take my action and I'm going to stabilize Lumen.
All right, go ahead and make a medicine check.
Oh, thank God. That is a 19.
19. Successfully enough, you go to Lumen and you see these like streaks across his skin, these burn marks that kind of look in the shape of a lightning bolt where the electricity kind of flowed through his body. You make your best to treat burns as you are familiar. And kind of patch him up, clean him up, give him a couple slaps across the face, and you see him breathe normally and kind of like remain unconscious but no longer dying.
Okay.
So Lumen, you do not have to make a death saving throw anymore. Top of the round, Brastois, second saving throw.
7.
7, one fail.
Oh boy.
And back again to Mars.
Oh,
As you are yet to see the Bahir.
right. Okay, I'm. He went off down towards the bottom right hand corner, as far as I'm seeing it, isn't it?
Make a perception check.
Perception.
And it would be a perception check based on hearing.
Okay, well I got perception plus 0, 7.
7. You are uncertain. You heard him run away or like step away from the burning fire, but you don't quite know what direction it turned.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to I'm going to sprint and jump through the fire, and I'm going to try and pull all of my limbs into my shell as I'm jumping through.
It's 5d8.
As you enter the space of the fire,
5d8. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
All right. So as you start rushing through to try and jump through the fire, go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw as you jump through the space.
Okay, my dex saving throw, I've got evasion, so I get to if I pass the saving
save.
throw dex save,
not
then
take
I take
damage.
0 damage.
Well played.
And I've got a +5 to my dex saves. Whoops, sorry, that's off the table. 17 plus 5, that's 23.
23, a successful saving
Sorry,
throw.
that's 22.
22. Still a successful saving throw as you rush down the bridge, jump across the flaming wall onto the other side. Do you continue moving?
Yeah. I'm just gonna keep going.
You keep moving down the bridge as you retract into your shell, jump through. You take no damage from the fire, and you see it. You see the Bahir on this side, trying to calculate its way across the bridge. I'm putting it here because of the battle map, but it's further ahead. You see it perhaps 60 feet further away from you.
60 feet. That was just movement, and was that just movement, or was that movement and an action?
That was just your movement.
All right, sweet. Can it see me?
It can now.
It can now. Excellent. I'm going to fire 2 crossbows straight at its face.
All right, go ahead and roll for your crossbow attacks.
13 plus 5 is, what's that? 18?
18. 18 hits.
And a 1.
And a natural 1. Natural 1 fails. However, the first attack does hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
So this is not sneak attack. This is going to be very unimpressive. 3.
3 points of damage. However, as you hit him with the crossbow, you see it kind of frustrated, burnt, and hurt with a couple of bolts sticking from multiple sides, and blood kind of coming out and pooling. It's considered a bleeding and has been for a round now. It kind of just growls at you and starts sliding away. Pushed away, and you scared him off. And you see him kind of retreat towards the edge of the cliffside.
Okay. Bonus action. I am going to retreat. As in retreat. He's facing the other direction now.
Yeah, he's giving his back to you.
I'm going to shoot him with sneak attacks right in the back of his head.
Go ahead.
Then with a 18 to hit.
18 hits.
Single is 7, 9 plus. $17.
17 total.
Yeah.
9 plus 17.
9 plus 17.
9 plus 17.
26.
Jesus. All right, you square him right at the back of the head, and between the horns, you see it duck and screech in pain. It's really hurt, and it just keeps sliding away, trying to flee and retreat for now. Its food proving too formidable an opponent.
Excellent. Can I just yell out the word "now" as just for the sake of it? Now.
Yeah.
To anyone within audible distance.
It's just me.
At that point, after the Bahir, Daz, it is your turn. You can't see what's going on. You have this wall fire. You see Mars just jump through it, and then you hear a moment later he screams, "No!"
Okay, can I see it all through it, or is it just completely opaque?
You made it opaque. You have no idea what's going on.
I'm going to stabilize Brastoise.
All right, go ahead and make another medicine check.
Come on, dice. It's not as good. Is a 12?
12? Just barely enough. You are tired, and it takes you a moment longer. But you get to Brastoise, and you're unfamiliar with the turtle, with turtle anatomy. But you do your best and successfully stabilize Brastoise.
And I'm going to use my movement, any movement I have left, to get behind one of these pillars.
All right. Rushing back to Brastoise, you have enough movement. You can make it behind one of these monoliths and take cover. You hear the roaring of your fire as everything kind of is still for a moment. Nothing else happens. At this point, we can act outside of initiative, as it seems the Bahir has retreated.
I'm keeping the wall up as long as it'll last, but
What's the duration?
Good question. This is an excellent question. Probably.
Sounds logical.
My player's handbook has disappeared. So, minute.
Yeah.
Actually, so I'm going to spend as my minute, I'm going to try and drag them really terribly into any sort of crevice or something that I can give them some shelter while they're unconscious.
Make a quick perception check as you do that. To try and find.
That is a 23.
23. You take a quick look around and in a panic, just trying to find any shelter. You see the couple of this boneyard of different dead animals that you figure must have been eaten or in some way lunch for this Bahir. You find a couple of large bones that seem to provide enough cover where you could hide your friends, as well as other umberhook carapaces.
Kind of blending Brastoise in with the umberhulk shells.
Mm-hmm. You move your friends and try to push them aside. After a minute, your spell finishes, and the flames just kind of flicker out.
I'm going to position myself away from where they are, so that if anything comes and attacks, at least it's not going for them.
Okay.
As I wait for them to try and get back, because I can't bring them back any other way.
Brastoise, after a minute of this firewall preventing you from crossing the bridge, you see it kind of fade out. But in the minute that you're on that side, kind of just keeping watch and looking out for this Bahir if it returns or anything, you do see the stone door in front of you, as well as the monoliths on the opposite side of the bridge, and the kind of wall around you. You see it has multiple of these tunnels that you are now familiar. What are you doing?
Would we be able to maybe kind of just come up with some sort of makeshift short rest situation? Before this, the wall of fire dissipates. Mars, you can do whatever you want, or you can just wait for it. And once it does, you can then decide to either move your
comrades, or wait there and gain the benefits of a short rest?
How far away was that thing?
It is extremely quick. So like as soon as you shot it, it was like 60 feet away. By the second shot, it was perhaps like 90 feet away, and by now it's long gone.
Right. Okay. In that case, I'm going to. I'm just going to turn around. I'm just going to wait for this wall to go out, because I imagine it's only another 30 or 40 seconds by now, and then go and see what really happened. I don't think I really caught much of anything of what happened during that fight to the other guys. I'm not actually sure if I'm aware that they're down or not, or that they did go down.
Well, you would have seen the blast of lightning and that it hit your friends. And at least Lumen, you might have seen had dropped because he was relatively close to you.
Right. Okay. I'm going to, in that case, then I'm going to wait for this wall to dissipate, and then when it dissipates, I'm going to do almost like a slow motion 80s film flashback with little turtle hair waving in the distance, running towards Brass, who's lying down on the floor,
Running
yelling at the
across
top
the mud of the bank, the river bank, kind of Baywatch style,
top of my
bouncing in
lungs
slow
in
motion.
silence, with only cinematic stringed music playing behind, and then everything speeds up to normal speed, and I quickly have a look around and work out what on earth is going on and see if there's anything that I can do.
You find Dez kind of pulling away your comrades, trying to hide them. You can assist her.
Okay. Well, Des, I almost got it. I think it got away. I don't think it likes us. What can I do?
Well, they need to rest. There's nothing I can do to, bring them back at the moment. They're not dead. Alive. I made sure they're alive. Brass is alive.
Right.
They are a little weak at the moment.
Okay, I am not what you'd call an expert in medicine by any chance, but I am the same creature as my brother. Can I have a chance at healing my brother?
You can attempt a medicine check, although you figure once they're stabilized, the best thing that they can have is rest.
So
all right,
the question is if
do
we
it anyway,
rest
and the
here.
least that I can do is maybe annoy him a little bit.
You can try to annoy him a little bit.
Wake up.
As you take refuge and kind of wait around, you do benefit from a short rest. So feel free to take hit die. You can take up to 7.
So do we, remind me, if we're stabilized and we short rest, do we use our hit die to calculate from the negative, or is it from 0 for our health?
From 0. We'll count it from 0.
Yeah, the negative is only for a singular
case you
hit if it brings you to
Right, just like an insta kill.
double your. Yeah.
Gotcha.
It would have taken me down.
Just insta death.
It would have taken me down to 0 if I had full hit points, so it wouldn't have mattered.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, same.
Even with the temp.
Yeah. All right, so I spent 4 of my hit die.
Are those
I'm gonna
temporary
use-
hit points that we got dealt out before, are they still active or are they done?
They're still active for 8 hours, and you can heal up to them as well. They count for 8 hours.
For your maximum
Nice.
hit points, increases your
Yep.
maximum hit points. Nice.
Yep.
Ah,
Sweet.
okay, cool.
I'm going
Still-
to
I somehow haven't been hit yet, but okay.
5 hit die. We got
Des and Mars are full.
6.
Yeah, it's the. Oh no, I was about to say it's the shell, but it obviously can't be the shell.
It's that wavelength. We've been buddies.
Okay, for 21.
So you take this short rest, you heal up, you kind of concentrate on staying awake after the hour or so of short rest. Both Lumen and Brastoise, you wake up feeling sore, hurt. These burns across your flesh are probably gonna hurt tomorrow, but
Tis but a scratch. I immediately, upon regaining consciousness, go over to the floating gem heart of my homunculus, and I revive him. I don't even know how much time it takes. I think it might be instantaneous to bring him back up to speed.
All right, to bring him back up to speed. Depends on what the description of your spell.
Yeah, I'm looking through it right now.
But you find yourselves now a little bit more rested and caught up, having healed a little bit. The heat and moisture of this cavern kind of like makes it nice on your muscles, kind of like being on a natural sauna for a little bit.
It's instantly. He gets brought back up.
All right. So you bring back your little homunculus to you. You're all up and about.
I pat him on the head and I say, "Don't worry, buddy. We'll get him next time. You did a good job."
I'm gonna just hug both of them. Can't quite get around both, so I'm gonna go one at a time, but
one hand.
Painful though.
Yeah, a little bit.
you guys okay?
I've seen worse.
You're
Lived with my
fine,
brother
okay.
most of my life.
Did we get it?
Did
no.
we win?
We didn't die. You
I'm,
didn't die.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, during this
Okay,
short
great.
rest, I want to kind of just be hanging out. A little bit of fire in my hand, waiting very anxiously.
At all times, just keeping an eye and being cautious. Why don't you make another perception check?
That is a 15.
15. You're keeping an eye out. You don't see the Behir anymore. You don't you see these low-hanging stalactites and a couple of grooves across the ceiling where his claws of climbing, where he was hanging on while climbing. You see the multiple holes in different sizes, some similar to the Umber Hulk ones, others to this round, large breach. You see the stone doors on the opposite side. And from this angle, now that you're kind of away from the collapsed tunnel, the collapsed staircase that you walked down, you can now see what was previously kind of blended into the stone. A kind of platform about 45 feet up in the air that has another tunnel that seems also man-made, not natural, not beastly made. So you figure at least there's a way out.
This door was on the opposite end of the bridge.
Correct. So the door you see is on the opposite end of the bridge, and the plateau was kind of back the way you came in on the shore, the sheer cut cavern side of this kind of underground chasm.
Okay. I would like to go up to the door and inspect it or perceive it, whatever
All right.
is appropriate.
As you kind of limp over, still sore and hurt from being blasted with electricity, you go ahead and examine this door. It's a little bit ahead from the bridge, but it is thick, heavy stonework with beautiful, intricate carvings, from bottom to the top. The patterns and detail are just exquisite. A little worn from erosion in the years, but still many of them very discernible. And it depicts not beautiful patterns of kind of square geometric shapes, and then also kind of carved images that resemble the ones from the murals on top. Except these aren't all of Saint Nitherlass. This seems to be other heroic figures, like unidentifiable heroic figures.
Saint Nitherlass is in there as well, though, in the mix.
Yes, you do see not just Saint Nitherlass, but also some other figures.
Okay.
It looks like this might be kind of like the inner sanctum or like the main crypt where the remains of Saint Nitherlass and other saints might be buried.
Can I give like just not a full, but just like a slight pull or push to see if the door is locked or if it can be opened?
You do a little bit of a push, and it does not budge. It does seem to be locked. And you see that there's a small sort of keyhole. Never mind, not a small keyhole, a fairly large keyhole, about like 3 to 4 inches tall and like a whole inch wide.
I see this and I call over my brother. I say, Maz, come here.
Yes.
Give me the sword.
Oh, I see what's going on here. There you are.
Grab it. I grab it and I just full thrust right into the keyhole, whether it fits or not. I'm just
You
going
full thrust right into the keyhole. You like get stuck with like about an inch or two of the sword into the keyhole. It's like, and it won't go further in.
Worth a try. I give him back the sword to hold on to.
I look over at him and I'm glad you were the one that actually did that.
I needed to. It seemed like a good idea at the time, you know.
I was thinking the same thing. Can I like wiggle it free and stick it back in my? It's just like, sort of like resting in some of my spikes.
Pluck it back out.
Yeah, I walk back over to the bridge and I take out. I just sort of like reach into the back of my shell and pull out just a handful of like steel ball bearings, and just drop them into the boiling water just to see if anything happens.
You drop them into the boiling water, and it's like splashes and goes like as some of the water kind of like drops on the mud to the side. Some of it evaporating on contact. You see the ball bearings kind of like float down, roll in. Nothing much happens. It's just hot water.
Okay, so if this cavern that we sort of entered sort of like went in that sort of direction outways with this big door in front of us, how wide would sort of like the back wall of this place be?
It is very, very large. So you go across the bridge, and the river itself seems to be kind of at the base of this long chasm that opens up in this cave. So the river kind of flows for several hundred feet in each direction, and the walls of this cavern are just sheer stone with a couple of like outcrops and natural caverns pockets that open up, and many of the burrowed tunnels by monsters.
How high up is
this door is kind of just like in the wall of the cave.
How high up is the closest and lowest worm, I'm going to use the term worm, tunnel that's around wherever this crypt thing is?
Around this door, you see that the closest one's probably about like 35 feet up in the air, and maybe like 15 to the side.
Right. I'll turn around to everyone and how are you all feeling? You've all been through a little bit of the wars today.
I'm fine.
Could be better.
I mean, are we just trying to get through that door?
I'm thinking because we came here to save some people that may or may not have been here. We saw one, and we had an accident with her.
What happened with her? Where is she?
She's dead.
Yeah, she got the Harry Potter treatment.
Shame.
I don't know if we should enter this door or if we should potentially look for wherever that thing got out and try put something in its face.
The Behir?
Yeah.
I'm not sure
I can do
that's. I mean, I don't know if we'll be able to find it though. Those sort of draconic things tend to disappear. I'm kind of wussy, to be honest.
Well, who wants to have a try at unlocking this door?
I'll give it a shot. I have thieves' tools with double proficiency using them, but I'll give it a shot.
Go right ahead.
Okie dokie. 10. What would that be? Sleight of hand or what?
It's your thieves' tools, but yeah. So if you have proficiency, you add your dexterity and your proficiency bonus for thieves.
Okay, so that's +0 for dex. Proficiency is 3, but it's doubled, so it's +6 total. So 16 altogether.
16 total. Not too hard. Takes you a moment. You're not used to like this size of keyhole, but you're like fiddling around with your thieves' tools, and eventually you get a sense of where the hooks are inside. And you feel a heavy just thud as you successfully unlock the door, and the
Nice.
weight of the doors itself just kind of like shift a little, and it kind of partially opens up towards you.
I say, I think I got it. We ready? Or do we want to try to find that Behir somehow?
I think it's just here to hunt. I don't think it's here to cause trouble. They're pretty
It
simple.
already caused trouble. I want
mean, it
trouble.
caused Oh, yes, trouble for you. But not the sort of trouble that's causing people to go mad and potentially causing lichdom.
You have a point.
Well,
One of
I
those
just jumped
is
through
much
a wall
more.
of fire, so I think someone else should take a first peek through this door.
I will take first peek through the door.
And Des, you take a first peek. What you see immediately inside, and I'm assuming you still have the effect of the dark vision, or does that go down when you went down?
For an hour, actually. So I would know
It's not a
that.
concentration.
No, it's not concentration. It just goes away after an hour.
Okay. You still have it, but you figure you're probably near the tail end of the effect. Actually, you took a short rest, so it's actually gone. Halfway
Yeah,
through the
that's
short rest, you then suddenly couldn't see anything.
I would put up dancing lights around us.
Yeah.
1 second.
So you have the dancing lights around you. So you have a little bit of dim light to see. You can peek inside, and through the shadows of the door and the small candlelight that kind of goes inside, you see that it's a small hallway that opens into a crypt, kind of a square room, and continues. So the hallway opens into a room and then continues into a larger chamber further down. You can't see anything deeper though, unless you send your lights.
Crypts, yay! Talking about liches, and we're going into a crypt. That'll be fun.
Awesome.
I'm gonna send them a little bit ahead, not a lot ahead, unless someone wants. Unless I'm gonna turn to Brass and be like, I can take point with no light and goggles, or I can take point without goggles and light.
Would you? That sounds cool. Do you want to also be invisible and take point?
I
Just in
love
case
being
we,
invisible
walk
and
into
How many
something?
spell slots do you have left?
I only used the 1/3 level for when I first cast invisibility when we first got in. Yeah. I never actually got to fire off the second one on the BR combat.
Got it.
Well, if you guys want to all be able to see, I can do that again if you want.
I mean, that works too. Visibility is good.
I'll use the
So,
first level spell slot to do the Eyes of Night again.
Cool.
Alright.
And I will use my second level spell slot to make Des invisible for
Okay,
an hour, I think.
excellent. I
So
will
Des,
go.
you're
point-
invisible.
Seems super familiar for some reason.
Yeah, 1 hour.
Yeah, I'm gonna take point. I'm scout ahead a bit and see if I can see anything of interest or danger. Mostly danger.
So you walk inside about 20 feet and enter into this smaller kind of square crypt chamber. See a couple of stone sarcophagus that are in this room, as well as some holes in the wall, some crypts in the walls, with labels and different names of people that are buried here: pilgrims, temple keepers, saints, warriors, clerics, paladins, all sorts of followers of the faith of Llira. Because of your new dark vision, you can see now all the way across the end of this hallway. And so the hallway opens up into this small square room, and then continues to another one that you can see kind of like opens up into a almost octagon room.
Octagonal.
Octagonal.
You approach invisible, but before you can make it to the room, you hear a voice. It sounds frustrated. Where is it? Why do you keep hiding from me? Just give it. Give it!
Excellent.
Can I see the source of the voice?
Not yet.
Kind of listen. Oh, good.
If you want to continue approaching, you can make a stealth check.
With advantage.
Yep.
With advantage, because you're invisible.
Yeah. That would be I could do math. I totally am a science teacher. 22.
22. You make your approach, and you see this room that kind of like opens up into this octagon shape. More of these stone sarcophagus, except it looks like some debris and some stone has like broken into this chamber, and there's piles of rubble around. A large hole in the ceiling of this room is where the more debris is like concentrated beneath, and you can see floating near the center of the room, a little bit to the right, because you couldn't see it before, a single orb with multiple kind of stalks coming out of it. One of them turns back towards you. It's like, who dares? As you spot in this hall a floating beholder. That seems to have caught your presence.
Oh God.
Whoa.
Oh God.
Roll initiative.
Shit. Just her.
Yes,
She's
the-
how far ahead of us is she?
She would be about 40. No, where's my map?
Really glad I'm full hit points.
She's about 50 feet away if you stayed at the door. If you moved a little bit behind her, you'd be closer than that.
What about if we're still just outside the door? Do we hear
Yeah,
any
you'd be
of this
you'd
going
be
on?
at 50. Not yet.
Okay.
So we would still roll initiative just to keep count of everything.
Yes,
right?
just to keep track of actions.
Yeah, okay. 20 non-natural.
17.
13. Best so far, but
What was yours, Mars? Sorry.
20.
Oh, 20. All right, same as last time. 17 for Brastoise, 13 Des. All right, and this guy. Des, you walk into this and you approach this room, feeling confident in your invisibility, and then this creature just turns one of its eye sockets towards you, one of its eye stalks, and is like darting around, doesn't quite see you, but has heard you. So, who dares interrupt? Top of the round, it is going to be Mars, but Mars, you haven't heard anything. So first action goes. Mars and Brass would have gone first, but you have no word yet. Do you wish to do something? You just like haven't heard anything.
There's something. No, I think it would be more fair if I wait one turn. So just seeing as how I don't know what's going on inside yet, I think I want to prepare something, but I'm not going to yet.
All right. Brastoise, anything?
Yeah, I think same as Joe. I think it would be fair to say we're still waiting for her to get back without hearing anything.
Got it. In that case, Des.
Oh, thank God. I'm going to move back down the hallway. Because I didn't see
Are you remaining stealth, or are you just bolting?
I'm gonna try and stealth my way back because it just heard me. It didn't see me, so I'm gonna try and stealth my way back.
Go ahead and do your stealth check at advantage because you have invisibility.
Not good. She's panicking. That would be a 13.
13. You start moving away, trying to stay as close to the wall and to the shadows as possible. And it's like, I sense you.
And as soon as it says that, I'm going to use my action and cast message to Brass. Say, there's a beholder! Help, 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 help!
Oh shit! I say, she found a beholder.
Ooh.
They're not strong enough. Des, as you take a quick look at this beholder, go ahead and make a perception check. Quick perception check.
That is a 15.
15. You notice two main things about this beholder. You're not super familiar with their anatomy or whatnot, but you notice that the main eye is shut and seems to like twitch whenever it tries to open it. And you notice that two of its eye stalks are cut kind of in half. He's missing two eyes. It seems like a battle-tested and wounded beholder. And if the stories are true, then this is Argran Morg, the beholder, the powerful caster that was defeated by Saint Nitherlass.
Yep, hence the
But evidently
eye.
not killed.
Yeah, not quite.
At that point, then, it is Lumen's turn. Lumen, you haven't noticed anything, though. And how far do you move away? Full 30 feet?
Yeah.
All right, so full 30 feet, that's out of the map. And down the hallway.
I think when I cast message, it would break invisibility, wouldn't it?
Well, I'm casting invisibility, so I don't know if it would be my concentration. I think it should be okay.
Maybe? I don't know. Because it's like if you attack, it breaks it.
Mm-hmm.
Invisibility. Cast. The spell ends for a target that attacks or casts the spell. I cast message.
So
I'm
when you
visible.
cast message, you become visible. Lumen, are you doing anything?
I didn't see or hear anything, so I'm just kind of be like, duh, how long were we supposed to wait for her before? And I just go
She
wait and
found a
see
water
if she comes back.
a beholder.
That point-
That's not good.
The beholder kind of floats over to peek down the hallway. And here's a quick look at the beholder.
It's
Sick.
terrifying.
Green, just the way it should be.
Delicious.
The beholder takes a quick peek down, sees you, Dez, and is going to point one of his eye stalks towards you. Let's see which one. Mm-hmm. No, so you.
Eyes closed.
The main eye she noticed was kind of trying to open up, but it seems like it's hurt. Like the main eye is hurt. Let's see. He points one of its eye stalks towards you, and you see this kind of like sickly green ray start to form at the pupil, and he's gonna shoot it at you. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay at those. 18.
18. You succeed. Take only half as much damage, and you will take. Let's see. Is this all? Uh, 31 points of damage halved. So 15 points total. As you suddenly you feel the energy start to get completely driven out of your body. A wave of sickness just comes over you. You take the 15 points of necrotic damage.
Ow! Thank you for the temporary hit points, Lumen.
However, with that, he's like, "Why you that dares interrupt me?" Mars, at the top of the round, you hear this deep voice echoing from the hallway as you see, just peeking in, Dez, who's running back, and this giant green orb with multiple stalks emanating from it.
Right. Well, I look across the doorway over to Brass, and just give him a little nod. It's like, all right, we're on again. And then I'm going to take out one of the bolts from my quiver, and I'm going to attach a rope to the end of it, and I'm going to then load that bolt, and then to the end of the rope, or probably about halfway down the rope, I'm going to tie on the mandibles from that from that beastie before that I've still got, and I am going to then I'm going to wait at the ready near the door, and with my bonus action, I'm going to reach into my shell, and I'm going to throw a handful of ball bearings straight in towards the just down the hall, just for fun.
As Dez is running down the hall towards you,
I'm going to throw them sort of like at the wall, more so just to make noise more than anything else. So just to try and draw the thing out.
All right. You throw the ball bearings and you hold your action as you kind of like tie up the mandibles to this bolt and start preparing. Dez, you hear like just clattering of tiny metal objects across the floor as you see before you like the little bits of reflection as the dim light from outside kind of like bounces off. The tiny ball bearings just running like rolling all over the floor now. And the creature within is like, leave me be. If that's the end of your turn, Mars, it is now Brastoy's turn.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
What's our order looking like at the end of the door? How are we like arranged?
Whichever way you want it. So, like, you open to the door. I'll say that you're on one side, and Mars has just peeked in through the other. So, both of you are on each side of the entryway, or this however open the door is, and then Lumen is kind of like at the back.
Okay. So it's not single file that hallway, is it? Looks like what, like 4 wide.
It is, yeah. So it's like 20 feet wide.
Okay. So I will do what I do best. I'm going to step into the doorway, and I have line of sight of this thing. I can see it.
Yes, you can.
Okay. I'm going to try to avoid hitting Des, and I'm going to cast Ray of Frost, and then my Eldritch Cannon.
All right, go ahead and roll.
So 12 plus 6, 18 to hit on the Ray of Frost.
That does hit.
Okay. 2d8. 8 damage, and speed reduced by 10.
Got it.
And Eldritch Cannon. 17 plus 6. So it's 25, and then 2d8 for that. Ooh. 3 and 7 is 10, and he's pushed back 5 feet.
All right, 10 damage. And it's pushed back 5 feet. Poof! Hit him back, and you see it kind of like float back. It's like, how dare you! And he's gonna take a legendary action to shoot an eye ray at you as you pop out to shoot him.
Okay.
Let's see which one. Oh no. This ray of just like kind of silvery pink energy just shoots towards you, and suddenly your vision starts to become cloudy with kind of like rose colors. Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
Alright, plus 1, 12. That's 12.
12. You fail your saving throw, and you suddenly become charmed by this magnificent creature that's just so inviting and so friendly.
Really beautiful looking beholder.
So
Got
you
long
cannot
eyelashes.
attack the charmer, and the charmer has advantage on ability checks to interact socially with you.
Okay, so with my movement, I'd like to step out of the line of sight of this creature.
Mhm.
And where am I, like, within distance to move towards the water by any chance?
You are in distance.
Okay, so with whatever movement I have remaining, I'd like to just get up, not like into the water, obviously, but just like alongside it.
Okay, you retreat towards the side of the riverbank.
Yep, and that's my turn.
Got it. After that, it is. Mars, did you already go?
Yeah, he threw ball bearings.
Unloaded.
Oh, you did the ball bearings, and it was brass. Yes. Okay, so now it's Des' turn. As you're running down the hallway, all of these ball bearings are suddenly in your way.
I'm going to stop running and turn around. And I'm going to use my action cast Melf's Minute Meteors and shoot two of the 6 at the beholder. So that is a 17 and an 18 to hit.
17 and an 18. The 18 does connect.
Okay.
You see the other meteor just kind of like hit him, but bounce off with no effect. The other one does deliver enough force to deal damage.
All right, so that is a 8 fire damage, and then I'm going to use Quickened Spell and send a firebolt at him as well.
Okay.
He catches fire from the Elemental Essence Shard, and that is a 22 to hit.
22 hits. What's the damage?
Give me a sec. Where are my d10s? That is 13 fire damage.
13 fire damage. Ooh.
And start of his next turn, he takes 2d10 fire damage.
Ooh. All right.
Fire!
After death, it is Lumen.
All right. How many people are with? Is everyone close to me at this point, or not so much?
Des would still. You moved only 30 feet. Did you move an additional 30 on this turn, Des?
Would I get to them? I did that?
You would.
Or would I still
get
be in the hallway?
You would still be in the hallway. Actually, no. You make it to the door.
Then yes, I will get there and like plaster on the other side of the doorway, like push.
Not before having to make a dexterity saving throw as you walk through the edge of the hallway where the ball bearings are.
Yep, figured that one. That is a 19.
19, you succeed. You do not fall prone. You just go like, whoa, and make it to the edge of the door. You hold on and get on the other side.
Since everyone's near, I will touch my holy symbol, and I'm going to channel divinity, Twilight Sanctuary. This sphere of this twilight light kind of emanates from it in a 30-foot radius, fills dim light, and whenever one of you end your turn in this, I can either give you temporary hit points or remove a certain condition. So
Cool.
I just go stay with me, and then as my bonus action, I will how far does this go? 60 feet. So I'll send this moon-shaped, like, metal sphere as a spiritual weapon back 60 feet into the room and prepare to smack this beholder. If I can get up to it, I will with my spiritual weapon.
Spiritual weapon.
All right. So where do you cast your spiritual weapon? Right next to the beholder.
As far as I can, 60 feet toward it.
Okay. You cast your spiritual weapon. It appears in the middle of the hallway, further down, near where the beholder is. All of you are kind of waiting outside. Say that you're in the middle. Des, you've just made it to the door. We'll put you right there. Peeking through. And the turtle's kind of on each side of the doorway.
All right, and when my turn ends, I will grant myself 9 temporary hit points.
All right, you grant yourself 9 temporary hit points, keeping your magical weapon sort of in the way of the beholder as it kind of like starts floating its way down the hallway. Now that it's its turn, it's gonna make Constitution. Fails his Constitution saving throw to open his middle eye, and does not manage to disperse the magic that is in front. It approaches the weapon, and as you had readied an action to strike it, you can go ahead and strike it with your spiritual weapon.
All right.
I'm gonna use the little turret that was meant for Brastois to mark the spiritual weapon for now.
You said I get to hit it with my spiritual weapon as it comes by?
Yes, as it passes by the spiritual weapon.
Is the
15?
battle cam frozen for anybody else?
Yeah.
Is it frozen?
Not
there we go.
15 to hit.
Okay.
15 to hit.
15 does not, as your spiritual weapon tries to strike it, but the beholder just floats lazily out of the way. I will not be stricken by this beyond magic. It slowly makes its way. It's not going to make it all the way out the hallway, but though if you keep peeking out the door, you'll or through the door, you'll be able to see it. But it does seem to have caught the bait and is heading now to face you outside of this hallway. From there, it can see Lumen and Des, who were just made it to the door and are kind of peeking in. Both of you will get eye stock rays shot at you. Des, this kind of shadowy red beam shoots towards you, and you suddenly your vision starts to cloud, and your heart starts to race, and you start to begin to go into a panic. Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw. 7. You fail your saving throw. You are now afraid of the beholder, as he has hit you with a fear ray. You, as under the effect of fear, you cannot move closer to them, and you have disadvantage on any attacks made against the creature.
Cool. Did it take its 2d10 at the start of its round?
And stop of the round. Go ahead and roll the 2d10 for the damage of his burn.
That is... Ooh, that's nice. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 damage.
14 damage. Very nice. All right. And against Lumen, you make a wisdom saving throw as well. How much?
19.
19. You succeeding your saving throw as you suddenly feel very tired, and the floor is looking very comfy as this wave of sleepiness comes over you, but you bring yourself together, slap across the face, and remain awake as he had hit you with a sleeping ray. Moves as far as it can down the hallway, not super quick. It is now top of the round, back to Mars.
Right. How close is it to the entrance of the door?
You figure from the entrance to the door, he is about 40 feet.
About 40 feet. All right.
Can we shut the door?
Well, I just want to yell. I'm going to yell out at him before I physically do anything. Just going to yell at. So, excuse me, Mr. Floating Man. You said that they keep trying to take something off you, or they're not going to give something back. What is it that you actually want?
You call out to the beholder.
I call out to the beholder. Yeah.
Peeking into the hallway.
Without looking in, I just yell in. I just yell in from outside. I'm not going to look inside.
Before you can finish your sentence, you just hear from deeper in the cavern. None of your concern.
All right. Okay. Cool. So in that case, I'm just going to I am going to take out. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to take out the sword from that I'm busy holding from the back of me, and I'm actually just going to hold it from the blade just for a second, and I'm just going to dangle the handle and the hilt out in front of the door, and I'm just going to say, I know that you recognize this and know what it is. Come and get it, you swine. And I'm just going to throw it towards the bridge.
You throw it towards the bridge. You're like, you throw the sword, you see it tink, clatter against the stone and just kind of like fall in the middle of the bridge. You hear from within, and you see an eye ray just shoot at the towards the sword, just out the door. Just, whoa! As you lean backwards to avoid getting hit. Next up, Brastoise, are you doing anything?
Yeah.
Oh, real quick, as soon as at the end of Joe's turn, you get 5 temporary hit points.
Awesome.
How far away is the sword? Where did it land from where I'm at?
We'll say it landed somewhere around like here. We'll put the.
Do you want me to make a strength roll?
No, that's fine. We'll just put the
That's
pencil.
10 hit points for you, Joe.
It's a sword.
10. Oh wow.
Okay, so relatively close. I would like to have my homunculus servant grab the sword and fly straight up as far as I can go. It's got 30 feet of flying speed, 20 feet of regular movement.
All right, so moves over. He can make it over here with 25 feet.
Okay, so 5 flying and then 25 straight up.
Starts to carry the sword as far as he can up in the air.
Okay,
So
and that was him. So for my turn, I'm still charmed, correct?
You're still sorry?
Am I still
Oh, you are
charmed
still
from-
charmed, yes, but you can make at the end of your turn another saving throw.
Okay. Instead, I would like to take out from my shell compartment a foot diameter bowl of water, or an empty bowl, a decanter of sorts, and I would like to fill it up with the water that's in front of me by the riverbed.
Indeed.
And
So you had gone by the water, that's true.
let me just see where that's at. Camera's taking a second to buffer. Okay. I would like to begin casting conjure elementals with the bowl of.
What's the casting
water
time?
A minute.
That's a casting time or duration?
Casting time is 1 full minute.
Oof.
It's an action for the bowl of commanding water elementals.
Yes. It's
You can use an action to speak the bowl's command word and summon a water elemental as if you would cast conjure elemental. So it's in an action.
Is it?
So it's instantaneous?
Yeah, it's action.
I'll take it.
All
I don't know, DM. What say you?
You cast the spell, bringing forth your bowl of conjure water elementals. And from the steamy waters, you see it start to swirl.
Yeah. And I say,
As
I
this
choose you.
This creature of pure translucent water, steaming with heat, just manifests in front of you.
Cool. So now, does that get its own initiative?
Well, yes, as it is a summoned creature.
Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. 8 plus modifiers gives me +2, so 10 is its initiative order.
10, it's its initiative. Got it. Bottom of the round.
And then I'd like to make my save to not be charmed, and that'll be my turn.
Go ahead.
It was charisma, right? Or wisdom?
For this one, it is a wisdom saving throw. Yes.
Gotcha. +1, 15.
15 does not succeed. You're still charmed.
Damn it.
Are you still within
It's
30
just
feet
so
of me?
beautiful.
Yes, he is still within 30 feet of.
I'll cause the
Lumen.
charm effect to go away with my Twilight Tincture.
Yes.
Ooh,
I,
you
I
are no
patronize
longer
him.
charmed, as by the grace of the Moon Maiden,
Awesome.
Thank you.
you are now cured of the status ailment. After Blastoise, we come to Des.
How close is the beholder to us?
About 40 feet from you.
Okay.
It's a slow
I'm
creature.
gonna quicken spell again, but it's just gonna be 2 firebolts.
Okay, 2 firebolts.
These are with disadvantage because I'm afraid of it. Panic,
Correct.
yes. First one's gonna miss. I rolled a nat 2.
Okay.
Second one is I rolled 2 3s, so disadvantage didn't even make a difference. But
Oh, missed.
because it's the target of the spell, I'm just reading this how it is in the book. One target of the spell that you can see catches fire because I used meta magic.
Hmm.
So he's on fire again. So another 2d10 on his turn.
At the start of its turn?
Yeah.
All right. Very interesting. After that, missing the 2 of the firebolts.
Do I roll
At the end
for getting rid of Here?
You can, yes, you can roll for another wisdom saving throw to get rid of the fear.
10.
No,
At the end of
still
your
still
turn-
frightened.
No, at the end of the turn, you lose your frightened with my Twilight Sanctuary as well.
Okay, so once again, through the grace of the Moon Maiden, you are no longer frightened. You fear.
Stay in the
You
dim
feel
light.
the Moon Maiden fill you with courage. As you're ready
Yeah,
to
that's-
strike again. After Des, I have Lumen.
Yeah, just stay in the light. You'll be okay. And I'll use my. Will 20 feet get the spiritual weapon up to the beholder?
Yes.
All right, I'll use my bonus action to move the spiritual weapon up to, and I'm gonna go ahead and smack it with this lunatone looking thing. Natural 16 plus 6, I believe, is gonna hit. So 20, yeah, 22 to hit.
22 hits.
Takes 7 points of radiant damage.
7 points of radiant damage.
And then-
Alright.
With my action, I'm gonna point my finger at this. Is it within 60 feet of me, the beholder?
Yes.
I'm gonna be like, you know what? You can go away. I'm gonna cast banishment on it.
Ooh,
Banishment.
A charisma saving throw, please.
Indeed.
Get
A
up all out of
charisma
you.
saving throw. That is gonna be a 24.
Oh, yeah, that's good enough. I'm sure.
Succeeds.
Okay.
16 plus 8. So it
Alright,
does not get banished, but as you peek over and try to command him to banish, he will use another one of his legendary actions to try and shoot you again with one of his eye rays. And you will also start to see this pinkish silvery beam that rushes towards you. Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh dear.
That 22.
22 succeeds. You do not become charmed as you feel the effects once more of this beholder trying to affect you, but your resolve keeps you awake and alert, ready to fight. Bottom of the round is now the beholder's turn. The beholder's going to keep moving closer. It exits the melee range of your spiritual weapon. Does that give it an attack of opportunity?
I don't think it gets attack of opportunities. No.
Spiritual weapons. It continues moving. Doesn't make it all the way still. It's still like 20 feet from the doorway. And is going to try and make another Constitution saving throw to see if it can open its main eye. It succeeds, and its eye just flickers open. You can see
boy.
it hurt, bloodied, and in terrible condition. However, in the area in front, all magic just dissipates. Your spiritual weapon is behind him, so it's not in the area. It's still up. However, any spell attacks that poke at him will not be effective. Top of the round, Mars.
I step straight into the doorway, point my crossbow right at the center of his eye, and unleash.
All right, you shoot the crossbow.
14 plus 5 is 19 to hit.
19 hits.
Awesome.
nice. Put that away, beholder.
I'm assuming
Now you
that
had it tied up. This is a bolt that you had tied with the mandibles.
it's got a rope tied to it, and the mandibles are sort of like halfway down it. It's a 60-foot rope. So I've got
Okay.
the mandibles tied sort of like if I manage to get this thing in the face, the mandibles are going to be somewhere near me.
Indeed. The attack connects. Go ahead and
Yep.
roll the damage.
This would definitely not be at sneak attack.
Not
because I
sneak
popped
attack,
out right
but
in front of him,
regular.
wasn't it? Yeah. Regular attack. 3 plus 6, 7.
7. 7 points of damage. All right. And you strike him with this crossbow bullet. Like, oh! Starts to like whine. And you have this rope attached to him, and it goes all the way to you, and you still have the mandibles with you.
Excellent. If he's 20 feet away from me and I've just snapped it in the front of the face, I am going to hold on to those mandibles and I'm going to sprint towards it as fast as possible. I'm going to try run underneath it to like spin it over.
Okay. As fast he is 20 feet from you at the door. You rush out. As you do, he will take a legendary action to try and strike you with a eye bowl, with an eye stalk. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Excellent. I've got a +5 to my dex saving, and if I succeed, I take 0 damage. 12 plus 5 is 13.
13. 12 plus 5, 17.
12 plus 5, 13? No, sorry, 17. Undercut myself there a little bit.
You managed to slide down as you were struck at the top of the shoulder by this ray. Right as you're sliding underneath the beholder, you feel your arms start to turn stiff, almost as if turning to stone. However, you break through it. You feel this kind of like dust cover that falls off, successfully avoiding being petrified, sliding under, and you still have 10 feet further from behind the creature.
Awesome. I don't have anything left, do I?
No, that's everything.
Excellent. Does that mean that it's currently upside down?
You still have your bonus action though. You have not yet pulled it. That's going to be an action to try and affect it. I'm going to count it as kind of like a shove action to try and.
Okay. Well, if I haven't pulled it yet, then I'm not going to pull it just yet. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hold on tight. And I'm going to jump on top of it.
All right. So you just slide underneath it and jump over it to try and. Are you trying to grapple it?
No, I'm going to mount it.
Oh my god, that fits so well. Like the way the minis just blend together.
Perfect.
Hell yeah.
Perfect.
Yo, shout out to Ben at Yasashi Kyojin Studios for designing that fucking awesome mini.
Yeah.
Modular.
You jump on him and are trying to like hold on, and it's just, what are you doing? Release me, you vile creature. At the end of your turn, it is going to be Brass Toys' turn. What are you doing?
Okay.
You're still
couple
charmed.
questions.
Oh no, you're not, because you.
Yes. Oh no,
Twilight.
not anymore. Right. So is its center eye still open or has it closed?
It is partially open. It still has kind of the effect out. But because it got hit again in the eye, it's like barely holding on, and it's about to close.
Okay. And how far away from the doorway is it?
20 feet from the doorway.
20 feet. Okay. I would like to command my homunculus servant to fly towards the door and up, so like diagonally, as high as it can go, like right in front of the doorway.
All right, with the sword?
Yes, with the sword.
Takes the sword right on top of the doorway.
And it was 25 plus 30, so it's what, 55 feet in the air right now?
Pretty much.
Okay. I, on the other hand, am going...
If it's right on top of the doorway's 30 feet.
I'm saying just, how high is the ceiling right in front of the door? Is it still that same height of the main cavern area?
No, so the doorway is like in the cavern, but the cavern goes up like 300 feet in the air.
I see. Okay. All right, so I'm just gonna put the homunculus right in front of the doorway, not so high, maybe about, I don't know, whatever that math adds up to. So would you say like 30 feet?
You were like 20 feet, or how much was it? You had 25 feet of
25.
flight. So yeah, we'll say you're at 25 feet up in the air, right, almost to the top of the doorway.
Okay. Meanwhile, I'm going to go like in between the buck of the doorway and the side of the bridge and try to like poke out and shoot off a couple of spells. Would I be able to do that with cover at all?
From the homunculus,
that?
or
From
with
me, from my character.
from you? You can certainly try.
All right, love to hear it. Who's in there right now? Mars is on top of the thing. There's the
Mars is
spiritual
on top
weapon.
of the boulder. The spiritual weapon is 20 feet behind.
Okay, and everybody else is outside, right?
Correct.
I am. Shit. All right, I'm gonna keep it simple. Ray of Frost and Eldritch Cannon. 15 to hit on the Ray of Frost.
Does not.
Okay.
You
Eldritch
shoot
Cannon.
your magic, and you like extend your hand, and nothing comes out.
Oh fuck! Right. Shit. Okay. So I guess without knowing, immediately, just like in fucking combat mode, I poke out with the Eldritch Cannon and try to do the follow up. Nat 2. So,
Once
I guess-
again, the magic of your cannon just like does not shoot.
Okay. All right. So I will remain kind of like tucked on the one side of the door and end my turn there.
All right. At the end of Brass Toy's desk, we come back to you.
Did it take the 2d10 at the start of its turn? Because otherwise
No,
it's still on
keep
fire
forgetting.
with Joe. on it.
Go ahead and roll the damage.
That's okay.
Also, Joe, you get 13, or I'm sorry, 13 temporary hit points to replace your other.
Replace the others?
Yeah, and Brastos, you get 10 temporary hit points.
Sweet.
Does not build,
17.
replaces.
Yeah, replaces.
Right,
17 damage of fire?
Fire damage. Yep. And then I'm going to poke out from around the corner, and I'm going to take my dagger, and I'm going to throw it at the eye.
Alrighty. You throw your dagger at the eye. Go ahead and make a ranged attack with your dagger.
Okay. Sorcerers are really good at this. Holy shit, that is a nat 18, so 24.
That hits.
It's not going to be very much damage, but... D4 plus 2. 6 damage!
6 points of damage. Alrighty.
Oh shit, I have a crossbow. Why did I do that?
You throw your dagger, it flies through the air, just hits it in the eye. The eye just finishes closing up as it's already very hurt.
If it closes, I'm going to then quicken spell and do, or I'm going to send 2 of my, Actually, I'm going to quicken spell and send a firebolt at it.
All right, quit spending another pair of sorcery points as soon as you see the eye
Actually,
close.
I'm going to quicken
magic
spell
returns.
Scorching Ray.
Quicken spell Scorching Ray.
Okay, hold on. Scorching Ray is
Going
second
for the
level.
big money.
Get rid of that one. Okay, that's 3 of them. Panic. Dropping things everywhere. That is not very good. That's a nat 2, a nat 5, and a 18. So one of them hits.
The 18 hits.
Okay. Scorching Ray is 2d6 each. It is on fire again.
Indeed.
So start of its next turn, 2d10 there. 2d6.
Does that mean that I need to take 2d10 at the start of my next turn as well?
No,
So
only the
I'm on top of it?
beholder is on fire.
Yes.
It's part of her magic, so it's not like an open flame.
There's
Cool.
8 fire damage. To it.
from Scorching Ray.
Yes. Fire damage
Very
for my
nice.
second level spell.
As you do, you start to see, like, as it already looked like a hurt beholder, old and maimed. Now the several burn marks are leaving this skin just raw and blistered. You see, like, pools of blood and water that start to, like, just flow down the side of this beholder. Just considered bleeding.
As you
From
get
that,
12 points of temporary hit points at the end of your turn.
Thank you.
another 12 temporary hit points to replace the previous ones.
Yes.
I had already gotten rid of those.
Okay. After this, it is Lumen's turn.
All right. As a bonus action, I'm going to move my spiritual weapon back toward it and take a smack. If I reach it, I do.
Yes.
All right. I don't think 11's going to hit. So with my action, I'm going to go ahead and cast at second level Guiding Bolt.
Guiding bolt, second level.
Straight at the beholder's eye hole.
All right, go ahead and roll.
14 on the die, so that's 20 total to hit.
That hits.
It's going to take 15 points of radiant damage as the guiding bolt smashes in its eye.
All right, guiding bolt as it streaks right towards it. This beam of radiant silver moonlight energy blasts against the beholder. It just rocks Mars. Your hand holding onto it, just like, as it floats kind of lazily beneath you. After that attack by Lumen, it is going to go ahead and make another Constitution check to see if it opens its eye, and it does. It flickers his eye back open, preventing any further
12
magic.
Fire damage.
Takes 12 points of fire damage. For what is this? Taking an extra 12 points of fire damage, and it is just gonna. How dare you, you vile creatures! I will destroy every one of you. It's gonna attempt to shoot an eye stalk at Mars right on top of him. It is going to attempt to. It is gonna finish moving, and exit the doors. And now it is in full view of everyone. Turning towards this side, so both Lumen and Dez are inside the cone of anti-magic, and both
My
of you will
meteors
also be
disappear.
targeted. Your meteor what?
My meteors disappear.
Your meteors disappear around you. Temporary hit points disappear.
I don't think so, and I don't think my channel divinity disappears either, because I don't think it's anti-magic cone is any spell, or is it any magical effect?
Creates an anti-magic field spell, so it's I do believe it affects all kinds of magic. Anti-magic field, 10 foot. Spells and other magical effects, except those created by an artifact or a deity, are suppressed in the range. Cool. So your channel divinity will count it as an effect by a deity. However,
All right.
3 shots with the eye stalks. Actually, it cannot target you with the eye stalks because it also affects the anti-magic cone affects his own magic. So it'll target Mars, it'll target Brastoise, and it'll target the water elemental. Against Brastoise, make a Constitution saving throw.
All right.
Against the water elemental, it'll make the water elemental will also make a Constitution saving throw, and Mars, you will make a Strength saving throw.
So, Brastoise got a 15, and the water elemental got a nat 1.
What was the water elemental natural 1?
Yeah.
And how much was for Brastoise?
15.
15. Also fails. Brastoise, you fail. You take. 29 points of necrotic damage as this sickly green ray strikes you. You feel your energy just fade away as a wave of just nausea overtakes you. The elemental, you see its flowing water suddenly like freeze in place. It is paralyzed.
He is immune to paralysis.
So he does not. You see the water just continue to flow. And you, Mars, what did you roll?
I got a 17 on strength.
17 on strength. You succeed as you feel something just start pushing you away with great force, but you hold on to the beholder and you don't get tossed away by telekinetic power. At the end of the beholder's turn, it is now Mars. It is now your turn, Mars. You're hanging on to it. It tries to like take you off with this telekinetic ray, but you hold on.
Cool. I am going to ride this thing like a bull with one hand. So I'm going to grab a bunch of its ice stalks with one hand. I am going to what order did it fire at? Where's it all looking? Is there anything looking at me at the moment?
Yes, one of the ice stalks is looking at you.
Excellent. I want to grab that ice stalk that's looking at me. And
okay.
So I want to hold it with one hand. I want to then reach into my shell, and in one swift movement, I want to pull out that big sword and cut that ice stalk off.
You had thrown the sword.
Oh,
yeah, the sword is being held up by the homunculus.
Sword is floating above.
Oh, I don't have it anymore. I'm going to do the exact same thing then with a rapier.
The rapier does not slash, as it only pierces. You can try and poke the eye, but since you are like holding it,
no, in that case, I will take it out and I will just poke at the ice stalk.
Go ahead and make your attack.
What am I doing with that? 17 plus something. What am I doing with the rapier? Is it dexterity?
Yes. It is a finesse
17,
weapon.
So 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
It hits.
What's a rapier? Is it a D6?
Yes.
D8.
D8?
D8. Ooh. Upgrade.
And Mario, did we pass the water elemental yet? Or are we back at the top?
Oh, shit! No, we have not passed the water elemental. No, we did. Okay. At the end of the beholder's turn, it is the water elementals. We skipped the water elemental.
Okay, I'll just wait for Joe to go.
Yeah, so after Joe, it'll go.
So that is 5.
5 points of piercing damage. As you strike it in the eye, it is going to take a legendary action to try and push you away again with the same eye stalk that you're holding, and it's like looking at you. So go ahead and make a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw plus 2 is 16.
16 just barely succeeds. You like it tries to push you away with this telekinetic power, but you just hold on, dragging at the eye stalks. Now the water elemental can take a turn.
I do have a bonus action.
Joe,
I do have a bonus action. My bonus action in there is I'm literally just going to drop the rapier instead of putting it away. I'm going to take back out my crossbow and I'm just going to shoot the beholder straight in the top of the dome.
Go ahead and roll.
15 plus 5 to hit is 20.
20 hits.
And then 1d8. 4 plus dex. 6. Sorry, 6. 7,
6
8,
total damage.
9 total damage.
9 total damage. Very nice. As it was already hurt and bleeding, also surrounded by all these creatures. You vermin! Just leave me be. I need my artifact. The water elemental can go now.
Okay. So he's going to first and foremost go right up to said beholder, right in his many eyes.
Moves
And
over.
yeah, moves right in front of him. And if I were to whelm, by any chance, how would that affect Joe?
If you were to
Or
what?
Mars? So the whelm ability for the water elemental. Creatures in the elemental space have to make a DC 15 strength save. On a fail, they take damage, and if it's a large or smaller creature, it's also grappled and unable to breathe unless it can breathe in water.
It would affect Mars as well, since they're in the same space.
I would take
Well,
a maximum of half damage though, because I can't evade that.
With a strength save?
No, it's
Yeah,
just a
it's
dex
strength.
save.
Okay.
Only against dexterity saves can you use evasion.
In that case, I can get hit.
Okay. How are you on health?
Tons, go for it. I haven't
Alright.
been hit yet once. I don't know
Okay,
how.
cool. And you can breathe underwater, right?
I can breathe underwater for an hour.
Sick. All right, let's do it. The water elemental is going to attempt to surround the beholder and whelm him.
All right, the water elemental stepping into the space of the beholder, completely encompassing it in water. What's the saving throw I have to make?
DC 15 strength save.
Strength saving throw. That's gonna be. No, that's a 12. Fails.
Yes. Okay, cool. You take.
This beholder
And I
starts
guess,
to
Joe,
like
you would have to make that save also.
turn and whirl. Joe as well. Make a strength saving throw.
12 plus 2, 14. Nope.
Yeesh.
Both,
Okay.
both Mars and the beholder just start whirling inside the water elemental as the currents of this creature just start to move them around. Both are now considered grappled because they are large and smaller. Go ahead and roll the damage.
It's 8 plus 4 is 12 damage, bludgeoning.
12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yep.
All right,
Both
looking
of us
pretty
shout.
hurt, the beholder.
Pull out Mars! You can pull him out from the water!
After the elemental, it would be now Brastoy's turn.
Oh, sweet. I would like to try to pull my brother out from the water.
All right, go ahead and make an athletics check.
Okay. Oof. 7.
7. Unsuccessful as you reach in and the water just moves your arm to the side. You try to grab him, the current just makes it difficult to catch a hold of your brother. He's trapped inside.
Okay. Next question, or potentially series of questions. If my homunculus were to drop the sword, how would that play out?
It would if it just drops the sword, it would not be a ranged attack, and it wouldn't quite like deal damage. Is it like because it would have to flow through the water elemental and into the beholder inside.
Okay. In that case, I am going to spend my last second level spell slot and cast first level spell slot. Use the first level spell slot and cast Sanctuary.
Is that a bonus action to cast?
I don't think so.
Because I took the attempt at rescuing your brother as a grapple action.
That's fair. Okay. In that case, I'm just gonna get out of the way. I'm going to move onto the bridge.
Is a bonus
Is it?
action?
In that case, all right, sweet.
All right. So as a bonus action, you cast Sanctuary. And
So
are you're casting it
would
on yourself?
Could I cast it on Mars by any chance, just in case he gets hit with any other nasty effects?
Yes, you can cast it on Mars because Mars is in the back of the beholder and not within the cone of anti-magic.
Okay. So Mars, you are sanctuaried. So whenever any creature would target you with a harmful spell or effect, they have to make a Wisdom save. On a failed save, they choose a new target.
Fantastic.
Full minute, no concentration. That's my turn.
Awesome.
Alrighty. At that point, it is Des's turn.
I'm going to take, because I'm assuming I'm still in anti-magic cone space.
You are still in the anti-magic cone.
Oh, we lost the battle map.
Yes, it was frozen. There it goes back.
I'm going to take my light crossbow and shoot it in the eye.
Oh yeah.
That is a 20-something. It's a nat 18.
All right, so yeah, that definitely hits. Go ahead and give me the damage for the crossbow.
That is 7 damage.
7 points of damage. As a legendary action, it's going to go ahead and try and hit you with another one of its rays. You go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
Let's say 20.
20. You succeed. You take only half as much damage as the same familiar blackish green sickly ray emanates towards you. For a total of 13 already halved. You take 13 points of necrotic damage.
That gets rid of my 12 temporary hit points.
The creature is looking very angry, just like you see the eye stalks kind of like moving in all directions, trying to ascertain like this ambush that was waiting for him outside.
For my movement, I'm going to move behind the pillar that's nearby me.
All right, moving behind the pillar. You step away, and it is now Lumen's turn.
All right, so at the end of Mars and Brass, they each get 13 temporary hit points to replace the others. At the end of Des, you get 12 hit points to replace the others.
Damn.
You are so
And,
clutch.
Dude, Twilight Cleric, man. It's stupid. So, considering its eyeballs right in my face, to this point, you may or may not have noticed I have a massive warhammer on the back of my thing. So I take that out and I just do the grand baseball swing straight into its eye stalk.
Yes.
All right, go ahead and give me your attack roll.
Natural 15 plus 6. Believe that will probably.
All right. Yeah,
No,
21.
plus 7. It's a plus 1 warhammer.
22.
So it takes 5 points because I'm wielding with one hand actually. 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right, 5 points of bludgeoning damage. Still, every bit counts. It will take a legendary action to try and strike you with an eye stalk, but it can't because you're in his icon.
Yeah, my bonus action.
Oh, so was
I'm
I.
going to.
So was you?
Yeah.
You were. So never mind. You didn't. You regained the 13 hit points that never happened.
And my spiritual weapon's still up, right behind it.
Yes, you can use your bonus action to move it.
And I'm gonna swipe it with that lunatone. Natural 18 on the die, so I think that's gonna hit for another. There we go. 9 points of blood. Radiant damage.
Ooh, looking pretty rough now as this beholder is like, the eyes just in a panic. It's really trying to like stay afloat. Mars is like making it weird. It's inside this water elemental. not a good day for this beholder. It is its turn. It will once again try and keep his eye open. Natural 20 succeeds, keeps the eye open, so Cone of Anti-Magic continues. After which he will once again target the 3 people behind him. Can he target the water elemental if he's inside?
I don't see why not. I mean, for mechanics purposes, I think he's just considered grappled. So if he could target his grappler with an eye stalk, I don't see why not.
Indeed. So he will target the water elemental. Against the water elemental, same ray does not succeed because the water elemental is immune to paralysis. Against Mars, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
He has
And
to choose a new target because Mars is sanctuary.
he has to make a wisdom saving throw himself. But that's gonna be a 20. No, like a 30. It's gonna be a 30. Over 20. He succeeds.
Okay.
So Mars, make a wisdom saving throw, and Brastoise, make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh
10.
boy. 19, thank God.
19, you succeed. You feel this like wave of lethargy just come over you, but it's slowing you down and making you like really, really think in slow motion. But you snap out of it and manage to avoid being slowed. What was yours, Mars?
10.
10. Fail, you are now afraid of this creature as this flash of red and black just overtakes your mind. You start to panic a little bit. You're breathing underwater, but you're breathing really quick. Does it take any effects from remaining inside the water? Does it have to free itself from the water elemental with another strength check?
Yeah, there's an escape DC, and also what are the rules for suffocation? Because unless he could breathe underwater, he can't breathe right now.
For suffocation, he can. Let's see. Indeed, what are the rules for suffocation?
Should be your Constitution modifier number of minutes.
That's
I think.
the what I was thinking about. But,
For drowning, yeah.
For drowning. But is it different to like hold? Well, it's a water creature, so it's holding its breath. So it would still be able to hold its breath.
Okay.
But it's
What's
gonna.
the time on that, just out of curiosity.
He has a Constitution modifier of +4, so it'd be 4 minutes.
Eesh. Okay.
He will try to escape, however.
Okay.
Unless it takes an action to escape, in which case he's already used the action.
I would think it's an action.
I would think it's an action, but
It doesn't say, but yeah, that sounds about right.
all right. So he will remain inside of the
It is an
water elemental, which it is now its turn of the water elemental at the bottom of the round.
So while he's whelmed, I guess he could still attack, right?
Yeah, it is a grapple.
So he's going to make 2 slam attacks. +7 to hit. The first one is a 19, 12 plus 7.
19 hits.
And there goes the d20. And 17 plus 7.
17 plus 7.
So 2 hits. 4d8. No. Yeah, 4d8 plus 8 for both hits. 4. That's 10, 15 plus 8 is a math problem. 23.
23 points of damage?
Yep.
Ooh.
It's 2 hits.
Does
It's
that
well
affect?
done. Or, slam.
Does that affect Mars as well?
They're just slam attacks. So he's targeting the beholder. I guess that would be up to you if he had a chance. I mean, he rolled pretty high to hit, so I wouldn't think so.
Okay. Fair enough. We'll take it like that. As the water elemental kind of like moves its currents within to like move the beholder up and just slam him against the ground, then carry it up again in the current, and slam him against the ground. Mars, you're just along for the ride, just like as this beholder just gets slammed. On the second slam, just freeing it from the effect, the beholder just kind of like rolls out, wet with you still holding on, not moving.
Okay. And then the whelm ability is a recharge. So would I roll that now or the next turn to
It is
recharge that grapple? Oh, it's dead. Oh
Yeah.
wow.
We killed today.
As the beholder slams for a second time, you see the eyes just kind of like blink and flash as they try to like send rays in multiple directions, but it misses all, and they just all limp to the side. A wet
Nice.
beholder dead on the ground.
So out of combat, can I request my homunculus servant bring me the sword, and I just like Captain Morgan and stick the sword in its central eye, stand triumphantly for a solid minute.
Indeed, seems appropriate.
Yeah. And then I take all his zenny because I won.
You call back the sword from your homunculus, you take your pose, and you all kind of like breathe for a second as you've successfully defeated Argren Morg in
Yeah.
whatever his attempt was at breaking into the tomb of Saint Nitherlass, presumably seeking the artifact that was once buried with him here.
All right.
All the temp hit points
So,
drop. But
Awesome.
So should we go and see the tomb now that the scary eye monster's gone?
I think so. I
Just
call back my two Pokemon. I mean, little mobs, and I congratulate them. I pat them on the head and I say, "Job well done."
I'm going to just at this point drag the beholder by its long mandible lead leash, and I'm going to start to drag it towards the river, and then I'm going to kick it in.
Nice. You grab the beholder. Go ahead and make an athletics check. It is pretty heavy. This is a large creature.
Sure. Can I make it an aerobics check? Because I'd be like trying to like heave it rather than. I'll
Would I
take
be
an
able to help
athletics check
also?
if you need.
You can assist, and it'll be at advantage. An athletics check at advantage.
Athletics at advantage. 17 plus athletics. Oh, that's fine anyway. +5. 17 plus 5 is 23. 23. Yeah, 23.
All right. Together, Blastoise and Mars, pushing the beholder towards the scalding river beneath Mount Oltuk.
Wait, scratch that.
Push the
20,
beholder
26. 26. I only rolled
Still
one.
success. You push in the body, and it starts to like lazily float down as it kind of half submerges. You see the skin start to like still blister and burn as the limp eye stalks just float alongside it, flowing slowly down the scalding river.
I turn and look at Barassi just next to me, and I go, "Well, you know what, mate? He should have had a shell."
That's what I said. God, I don't know. I don't understand how all these creatures just walk around without a shell.
I know, all that
Boggles my
flesh
mind.
exposed. What's wrong with all of these people?
I don't know.
They
What
get
gives?
soft and squishy.
Do you then go inside?
Yes.
Yeah.
yep.
As you follow back now safely into the proper tomb, you see this room that opens up in this octagon shape. Marching in, you see in the middle this large, it's almost pedestal, where the main tomb of Saint Nitherlass is located. A couple other crypts kind of just circling the room, and a statue at the back with what might be the semblance of the saint himself. Dark, quiet. What are you guys doing?
I'd like to step inside and poke around the main sarcophagus if I can see any markings or, just
You do.
inspect it generally.
You approach the sarcophagus.
This time.
You see around it, and you can see the sarcophagus itself is very well kept. The stone tomb with what seems to be a kind of visage of Saint Nitherlass, a kind of like replica of his laying body on top of the sarcophagus. And you do see an inscription on the side that goes all around this stone box.
Okay. Is it in a language I might understand?
It is in common.
It's in common. What does it say?
It reads, "Here lies the generous saint whose life was the sword. His deeds valiant and his heart true, his actions faithful to his word. Joy he brought with a jolly smile to those whose lives had been wrong and vile. He who seeks what lies within must place his life before his grin."
Okay. I place the sword on the top of his relief sculpted into the top of the sarcophagus of the tomb.
As you place the sword on top of the tomb, for a moment, nothing happens. You fear, well, was worth a try. And just when you feel like that was the wrong move, you feel sort of a pocket air release. The whole sarcophagus unseals and kind of like loosens up. You see the lid suddenly give a little bit of a space where it can be pushed aside.
Ooh. I say, team, shall we? And I get ready to push it.
Wait 1 second. Just 1 second. I'm gonna use Firbolg magic to cast detect magic once again on myself and see if there's anything going on here.
You do detect magic, and quite a couple of sources actually. All around you, it seems like almost every crypt and tomb here has some magic within it, warding it. So you catch quite a couple of like abjuration school spells. Here and there, a couple of evocation, but like for spots within, you figure it might be enchanted weapons or stuff like that. Predominantly a lot of abjuration magic, except for one source. Within the tomb of Saint Nitherlass, you detect a strong school of necromancy source.
Yeah. Before you move that, could you give me 1 more second?
I guess. I mean, if I have to, I'll wait.
Let me just try one thing. And I walk up
Sure.
to it, and I will cast Dispel Magic on the tomb.
All right, as you cast Dispel Magic and
The last
concentrating
third
on
level
it,
slot.
third level slot, you feel. What are you targeting exactly? The tomb itself?
I don't see a creature, so yes, I'll detect the object, the tomb itself.
Your dispel magic of the tomb, or your
Yeah.
push open to see the object inside?
I would do
See
the
the
same.
source. The tomb.
Wait, no,
cast
the magic
this
was not coming. I'm sorry, the magic was not coming from the tomb. It was coming from something within. Correct.
from within. Yes.
All right, then I would cast Dispel Magic on the source of the magic.
You cast Dispel Magic to try and disperse this necrotic energy, and it has no effect.
That's not
It might
good.
be a bit of that spindly eyeball fella. What he was looking for.
I get back in my ready stance, ready to push this sarcophagus open.
I'll help
I
him.
say, all right, there we go.
All right, go ahead and make an athletics check at advantage because you're assisting.
Let's do it.
I'm going to stand at the ready at the top of the sarcophagus with my crossbow pointed towards wherever the head of whatever is inside there would normally be.
It's 15.
15. It takes you a good bit of effort, but like you're flexing these big turtle muscles and little human muscles, pushing the sarcophagus open. Eventually, you get the top of it to just fall over with a kind of a cloud of dust that rises up. And inside, you see the skeletal remains of a dragonborn, dressed in full plate armor, holding in its hands a cloth-covered orb. Rather, an orb covered in a cloth.
Fuck it, I grab it.
You grab the object, and it's small, falls like fits in the palm of your hand. Do you uncover the cloth?
I do.
Inside, you find this one, looks almost like a black glass eye. This single sphere with a one line in the middle, making it resembling an eye, resembling very much an eye of the beholder that you just slayed. And within it, you see sort of like through this kind of crystal ball, shadows moving within, almost like faces. A dark, sort of heavy feeling takes over you as you realize this is a powerful dark artifact. And you recall from the stories of Saint Nitherlass that part of the destruction of Arag Morg was him trying to build a artifact to serve as his, not just his phylactery, but also capable of raising a dead army. And you feel you recall this artifact called as the Morg Soul.
The Morg Soul.
What would happen if we smash it?
Keep it, break it.
Smash.
You definitely cannot keep that.
Yeah, smash it.
There's a perfectly good
I
link
don't
that we
know.
could throw that in.
I might want to lick it. I'm thinking about it. Oh, you said I could raise the dead?
You don't know how to activate it, but you recall from the stories that that was one of its intended purposes.
Where's the body of the pilgrim? Did that burn in the lake? Did that fall? Or
That was left behind on the other side of the bridge.
but it's above water and like in one piece, right?
Indeed.
I look at
Note that it raises undead. It does not resurrect the fallen.
It's the thought that counts. I look at the party. I look at the orb. I look back at the party, back at the orb, then back to the party once more, then back to the orb, and I just leave the room and I start making my way to the body.
Okay.
All right. As you make your way towards the body, remembering you have no idea how to activate this thing, you reach it.
Wait, no, what's he doing? Hold on.
I think he's making a zombie.
I say, "Hush, cleric." So whenever I get to this woman's body, I'd like to just like fumble around with it as plainly as possible, not putting too much thought to it. Maybe just like rubbing it on her face and like tapping it on her. Like, everything.
Super
I
respectful of the
smack
dead.
her with the orb.
It's the thought that counts, man. It's not, it's not the gift.
Why are you molesting that woman?
Make an Arcana check.
Sure. Plus 6. 15.
15.
Yeah.
You feel a sudden surge of energy as you press this orb towards the woman. Then a flash of black shadow. You feel this overwhelming darkness take you over. A sudden desire to just destroy, rebuild, make an undead army of your own. Fades just as quickly, not without leaving a trace within your mind, as you now in front of you see rising an undead zombie of the lady.
Cool.
And on that note, I think we can call the adventure there.
I would just like to call over my brother Mars in the last couple of seconds before we fade to black, and I say, Mars, you gotta see this. Come here.
Got my channel divinity ready. Just
Awesome,
gonna immediately
Yeah.
turn this zombie.
I think it can fade to black as I'm about to give sort of like a big high five to this zombie.
Yeah.
Like,
Could we play what's that one at the end of Breakfast Club? Fuck, what the name is the song?
Oh.
Don't you forget about me.
Forget about me.
Forget about me. Down.
Yeah. All right.
okay.
Well,
I'm happy with that.
Oh boy.
as the screen fades to black, Tomb of Saint Nitherlass is completed.
Woo!
Awesome.
Yeah.
Dude, Mario, that was awesome.
That was real fun.
No,
I'm glad you
seriously.
enjoyed.
Very, very much.
So thank you guys for tuning in, especially those of you who stuck with us the whole time. That's awesome. This will get posted onto the YouTube channel if you missed part of it, if you came in late, or if you want to watch it later and watch us toboggan on turtles again. But thank you guys for tuning in. If you're interested in participating in the stream, please make sure that you fill out the Google form in the description below. And super fun.
And I'll be posting glamour shots of all of the terrain and maps and minis. I've been holding on that so there would be no spoilers. But
Perfect.
I'm so excited to see the glamour shots.
Very well done.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Well, I'd just like to say that was a lot of fun, and I would like to thank you all for organising it. That was really, really excellent. So thank you.
Agreed.
I'm so glad that you guys enjoyed it.
And then the floating disembodied voice is going to say it was really fun producing this. Thanks group, for being so entertaining.